Hey, everybody, this is Tom Siga from Duluth Pack, and here is our podcast, The Leader of the Pack. And I got to tell you, I could not be more pumped for today's guest. Today's guest is Dave Hoops, master brewer, proprietor. I love it. This guy started Hoops Brewing, and we're going to hear all about the history of Dave, how he got into brewing, how he ended up back in Duluth, and what he's doing with brews and going forward. And I got to tell you, this guy brews awesome beer. I've drank a lot of his beer. We're going to talk a little bit about something special he did a few years ago for Duluth Pack. And we're going to learn a whole bunch about Dave, the brewing industry, the past, the current, and the future. Dave, welcome. This is very exciting. In fact, I got to jump in. He brought crowlers. So hang on, folks. Which one's this, Dave?
I don't know. That's 15. That's our flagship pale ale.
All right.
Yep, exactly.
We're going with number 15. You're going to learn about that too, folks.
Exactly. And I thank you, Tom. That was very, very kind. I am a huge Duluth Pack fan, and I'm your neighbor, and I'm really honored that you guys are having me. So thank you.
Oh, we couldn't be. I'm pouring right now, so I'm a guy. I can't do more than one thing at a time here. But we're very honored for you to be here. And here.
All right.
We're going to pour some more.
A little bit of beer?
Yeah. So, Dave, first, kind of bring us way, way back. Tell us about Dave back before the 1990s, and then what happened in the 90s when you decided to start brewing, and how you kind of were in Duluth and then left Duluth and ended up back in Duluth. So let's just bring it forward from there.
Yes. So I went to college at UMD. I ran track in the mid 80s. I'm fairly old. Couple years younger than you, but we're both fairly old.
Well, we both have gray.
Exactly. Yeah, I got lots of gray. But so I came up here and I worked at Lake Air Bottle Shop back when it was still where the that hotel is now. The water park.
The water park.
Yeah, yeah. So it was there, and so I was working at Lake Air, and I learned a lot about wine and beer. They were one of the few places that had imported beer back then.
Sure.
It was like Anchor Steam and Heineken and stuff like that. And I was really interested in it, and I went to college here for a couple of years, and I transferred out west and then continued on into San Francisco. And I got a job in the late 80s, early 90s at a winery called Ravenswood, which is fairly well-known winery now. But back then it was just a mom and pop. Now they're kind of a big thing. And I started making wine, and it was kind of funny because we used to joke a lot because the craft beer industry kind of started in the Bay Area and then moved up to Portland and Colorado and such.
Sure.
But we used to joke all the time that it takes a lot of good beer to make good wine, right? Not very hard to make wine. Really hard to grow grapes. I was no expert farmer. But I kind of grew bored with making the wine and fell in love with craft beer. So then I went to college. I went back to school, UC Davis, and then a trade school in Chicago, and I got taught how to make beer.
Brewing school?
Yeah.
By the way, cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers.
Awesome.
Here we go, guys.
Yeah.
And we're going to ask him about a head on beer before we're done here, too. What that's all about.
So basically, I went to brewing school, and I got a job at
That's good.
Goose Island out in Chicago, and that was the beginning of it all. And then I moved back to San Francisco, and early 90s, I got a job at a place called Pyramid Brewery, and that's it. So I've been brewing beer for roughly 30 years.
So after you left Chicago, you went back to San Francisco, and at that point, are you considered a master brewer? How does that? How does it all work?
Well, I don't really believe in that whole master brewer type thing. I mean, I went to school. I got certified as a somewhat competent brewer, and then I just learned. And I was really fortunate because I was taught by kind of the pillars of this industry. I'm a fourth generation brewer now, over 30 years, and I got taught by the fifth generations, the people that started all this, the Fritz Maytags of the world, the people like that from Anchor. I was really, really fortunate to be taught everything I know about brewing. and I stayed in California and brewed until like roughly 2000. And then Laura, my wife, was born and raised in Duluth, and we had our daughter Daisy out in San Francisco. And Laura was like, I would like to raise her around family. So we moved back here in
Cool.
2000, and took over Fitker's Brewhouse at
Yep.
that point.
Well, that's when I first met you,
Yeah.
when you were at Fitker's. But when did you get your Sharks tickets?
The first day. So, people always give me a hard time because I'm such a hardcore San Jose Sharks fan. And what people that root for the Wild don't know, and I'm sure you know this, but so I was in California, and Norm Green, the devil, took away our team, and as we all know, and he moved them to Dallas. Okay, well, that broke my heart. But people don't know this: the minority owner of the, Minnesota North Stars at that point, it was the I can't remember his name right now. He owned the Cleveland Cavaliers as well, and he started the San Jose Sharks as an expansion team when Dallas took away our team. So I got season tickets day one.
Did you really?
Yep.
And everyone out there is like, hey, there's no line to get tickets here.
Exactly. But what people don't know that root for the Wild and stuff, so the Sharks have been around for 30 years. The
Yep.
Wild have been around for 20. But a lot of people here in Minnesota don't realize that a lot of the players from the North Stars started as San Jose Sharks, like fourth liners and farm team guys and stuff like that. So I got a new team out of nowhere. And I bleed teal. I mean, right now, if you cut me, it's going to bleed
Teal?
Teal, 100%. I love the Sharks so much. So
Well,
I've been fortunate.
I think some of the numbering here we'll get into in a little while. I think it has a little something to do with the San Jose Sharks.
Sometimes.
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you go in the in Hoops Brewery, there are a lot of jerseys up. We'll get into talking about that too. That's pretty cool that these guys personally, and these guys sign jerseys and give them to you for the
Really
beer hall.
fortunate. Yeah.
Pretty cool. But bring us back, and keep going here. I'm bouncing all over and.
Well, okay, so I worked, basically I was really fortunate. I moved to here in Duluth, like right at Christmas in 1999, 2000. And there were 4 breweries in the state of Minnesota at that time, right? And I came in to Fitker's, and I had known, both Tim Nelson and Rod Raymond were old friends of mine, the owners.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they were happy to hire me, and I was happy to have the job. But I brought the beer that I was brewing out in California here. So I got ridiculous amount of love, unfair. I was just making the same beers I made out there, but people were like freaking out because nobody was making beers like that. And this was, 30
What do you
years
mean
ago.
unfair?
Well, I'm not all that. I was just making the beers. But it was great because we were able to kind of create a culture. And I worked there for 18 years and raised my kids who are, they're both growing up now, and like yours, sitting right in front of me. And it was great. And over the years, by the time that I left Fitker's after 18 years there were over 200 breweries in the state of Minnesota.
Holy
and there were 4
catfish.
in the beginning, right? And then
You are an old guy.
I'm ancient.
Holy
Yeah, I'm
moly.
older than dirt, I think. Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
I found some dirt a little bit younger than me a couple of weekends ago doing some chores around the yard.
So I was really, really lucky because Tim, my friend and partner, he and I started a consulting business helping people open breweries. And in the meantime, he was able to open Earth Rider over in Superior, Wisconsin, which is a magnificent place. And I had this dream of a beer hall. And, of course, occasionally I had gone to the Timber Lodge, and I always was, let me just be honest, just horrified by what they did to it.
Mm-hmm.
But the bones in there, amazing. And
His beer hall is so cool. If
Yeah.
you're listening to this and you ever make your way to Duluth, Minnesota, you've got to go to Canal Park, and you've got to go in Hoops Beer Hall. Like you said, the bones of it, they've kept everything the same. These beams in this thing are like 18 inches by 18 inches. This is a high-rise place.
Yep.
And this are the beams that go all the way up, and you're on the main level there. It's pretty cool.
I always dreamed about it when I was in there because it's just a beautiful, sexy place. Just unbelievable space. But I never dreamed that I would end up living there.
Yeah, you pretty much
Lucky
do,
me.
because I'll tell you what, I go into Hoops Brewery, Dave's there. And that's what entrepreneurs do. I mean,
Yeah.
you outwork everybody else. You do the things everyone else doesn't want to do.
Well, I will agree with you there, but we were talking before we started. My doctor was like, dude, you got to get this figured out. So during COVID, I did learn how to work a little bit more from home as far as managing admin and things like that. And then when I go into hoops, into the space, I'm engaged and I'm not distracted and I can talk to people. And it's more better for me to
That's
coin a
awesome.
phrase. Yeah.
That's more gooder.
Yeah,
More
exactly.
gooder. By the way, this is really good. I got to take another drink here.
Yeah, it's number 15. It's our flagship beer. And of course, number 15 is, of course, Finn Hoop's number, his whole hockey career.
There you go. There's a connection. I knew we were going to get back to hockey.
Always.
Oh, baby. I mean, you can't have a conversation without having hockey in it. Come on.
You
So
know,
I
yeah.
can still, I mean, this is awesome. You know, every time I come in there, it's like, Dave, number 89, the hell. What's that? Hell. What does that even mean?
Hell is German for light. Hell is our lightest beer, and it's basically our kind of our go-to. You know how a lot of craft breweries, like they don't necessarily make light beers and stuff, and they have this attitude, and somebody comes in and that likes Coors Light, and they don't have anything for them. I don't operate that way. I believe in having something for everybody, and usually we keep about 25 beers on, and there's some weird beers and there's some not weird beers, and we try to make sure that everybody is happy. That's our goal.
Oh, I've been in there, and Dave will say, Tom, I want you to try this one. One is, and I wrote it down here because I didn't want to forget about it. Well, first of all, Dave will talk in a minute about the 1882 you made for us, actually, and then we bought kegs of 1882 that he brewed for my daughter's wedding. It was just super cool to have somebody brewing it for you, and they named it, 1882, the founding year of Duluth Pack, and he numbered it after it. But the 325 chili pepper, how the hell do you even do that? I mean, who comes up with, let's make a chili pepper beer? And I tried it.
It's
and
good.
It wasn't what I expected.
Yeah. I got to tell you something. It's really weird. I've always made pepper beers because I like pepper stuff. And I came from California, and there were two beers that I brought from there, the chili pepper beer and a wheat wine. Neither of those styles of beer were made in Minnesota. And I brought them here, and I always joke that, I just kind of, it was very selfish of me. I kind of made the 325, the chili pepper beer, for me, and I brewed it at Fitker's before I opened Hoops, and because I love pepper stuff, right? And there was just a selfish beer, except for people bought it, and I just couldn't believe it. And I use it as a marinade. The greatest thing, yeah.
I didn't even think of
Chicken with cherries in chili pepper beer, marinated for a day or two, and then grilled. Oh man!
I bet you lake trout.
Oh, it's so amazing.
I
So
bet you
good.
lake trout would be really. So actually,
Yeah.
somebody yesterday texted me who's going on a charter on Lake Superior, and they going, "Hey, I know you used to have a boat out there. You fished a lot. I need some good lake trout recipes." And I have somewhere, you try to get, I love lake trout, but a lot of people don't like it because it has a little bit more fishy. It's a little more oily.
It's good though.
A little bit more bite to it, and some people don't like it for that, especially when they've been on a charter and they really like, how in the heck do I cook this? I can, anyone can fry up some fish, but how do I cook something?
Marinate.
And this chili pepper beer, that would be really good to try on.
It would be great, and I want to give a shout out to the Happy Hookers who are in my backyard.
That's who they were on yesterday.
Yeah,
Happy Hooker.
and they are just the best people in the world, and they're such good friends of ours, and they bring so many people in, and they constantly bring me crappies. And,
Yeah, do they?
Yeah, and they're always feeding me fish. They're
Because you
just
know what? They catch
awesome.
them right under the boat in the harbor there.
I know, and we eat them, and they're so good. They're just
Come
wonderful
on,
people.
It's Lake Superior,
Yeah.
the biggest freshwater lake in the world.
Well, I gave them love. I don't know if you've seen my trailer out in the parking lot, where I have my tent.
Yeah.
But in the very front of it, I've got I painted the Happy Hooker on the front of my trailer.
I haven't seen that, but
You
I'll
gotta
have
check
to.
it out. It's really cool. So it's Marty running and his wife Erica. They're just wonderful.
And
So
he's been doing it for a long time.
Forever.
Yeah.
Yep,
And
yep.
he knows what he's doing. And so anyway, chili pepper, I'm going to try that.
Oh, you should.
When you were
And
talking, it's like,
if
come
you
on,
really
lake
want to
trout.
have fun with it, so I would say marinate it. and then grill it. But then what I tend to do is I take that marinade and I reduce it. I'll put it on a sauce pot and cook it down to a glaze and put it on the top.
Look at this.
Trust me. Yeah, we're nailing it
We've
here.
talked about on this whole podcast that we want to do recipes at some point. Well, we're there.
Well, I bought a subscription to the New York Times during COVID, and like a digital, and I didn't realize that they have this New York Times cooking, and I bet I've got a stack like this high. We just cooked constantly during COVID, and we ate a lot better.
So
and got
so did
healthy.
I, but I ate too much because I went the opposite direction.
You look good.
15 pounds in
Yeah.
the last year. This guy's amazing right now. He's ready to like run a marathon. Holy cow!
Yeah, I got skinny.
I thought maybe
accidentally.
your brother walked in today. I thought when I was there, I was going to go, hey, I thought Dave was coming. No,
Yeah.
you look awesome. This is really cool.
It's been weird, and I have a lot of fun at work. Like people are like, we're arguing. You can't be Dave, and I'm like, no, I'm not Dave. You want me to find him?
Yeah,
I'm just messing with people. But
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
You've
kind of fun.
transformed in a year. Holy moly.
Yeah,
Well,
it worked out.
Just one day you said, I'm going to lose some weight?
Well, I got a puppy. My best friend, whose name was Kai Mustonen, he died about 10 years ago, and I miss him, of course. And we had a dog, when the kids were growing up, and then during high school, our dog passed away, and we didn't have a dog because the kids were busy all the time, right? Sports and stuff. I went out and got a lab, because it's my best friend.
And you got to run a lab every day.
Every day, right? And I named him Kai after my buddy, and
Awesome.
I've walked him hundreds of miles. And so that's what started. I just walked him all the time. And the next thing is I built a little gym in my basement. I got this thing called the Mirror, which is amazing. If you guys haven't heard of it, it's amazing. There's somebody inside the mirror just tells you what to do, and you just do it. It's like you don't have to go to the gym. And I just started eating better. And like I said, my doctor was like, you need to get your act together. So
Good
I
for
did.
you. Oh,
Yeah.
you look awesome.
Well, thank you.
Okay, that's enough about you on losing weight. Let's get back to beer.
Yeah,
We wanna
that's
talk
more
some-
important.
We want to talk some beer here. So I want to jump ahead a little bit to one you made a couple of years ago. It was in the fall, and I was in, and you said, hey, I want you to try something. And it was a blueberry beer. And you showed me the massive amounts of blueberries that you had or told me about that you had to put into it, because I do remember you telling me, you go, well, I'm not going to make any money at this because I put in way too many blueberries.
You have to.
But it was unbelievable, and I'm not a guy who likes this, a fruity wine or anything real fruity like that, but it wasn't.
I remember how much you liked it, and I was flattered by that. So all our blueberries, I use only real fruit, so like I get I source my cherries out of Door County. My blueberries are sourced in Bayfield, and I've been working with these same people for 20 years. And one of the secrets to making a blueberry beer is you have to use like way more than you think you have to.
I remember you telling me that.
Yeah.
You were actually sitting on a keg, and we were in the brewing room, and you're like, yeah, I'm not making any money off the stuff because I had to put in way more than what I predicted.
Yeah, I think the brewer's term is crap ton. I'm not going to swear. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. But yeah, so there's over 1,000 pounds of blueberries in that beer in order for just 12 kegs. So like the math on it is like when you have a pint of that beer, you're drinking over a pound of blueberries. It's pretty cool.
Holy.
And
moly.
they
You
come
think
through.
about that.
Yeah, I mean they do come through, but if you don't use enough, it's just going to be a hint.
Well,
Yeah.
and I remember you telling me that you wanted more than a hint was your vision of what you were going to make with that.
Yep. Yeah, it works out great. And my favorite fruit to brew with is cherries. And I've got an amazing cherry supplier as well. Pepper supplier. I've used the same people over 20 years.
That's pretty
same
cool.
group, right? And I made
Loyalty.
I made the cherry beer at Fitger's, and I brought that back to Hoops at Christmas time. We release our cherry beer. We call it 1225. Obviously.
Imagine that.
You go, what's the date?
How'd you
right?
come up with that?
Yeah, exactly. But and same deal. I have this amazing group of suppliers that work with me, and we sell over 90% of our beer on site. So it's really nice. It's kind of like I don't know, mom and pop central.
So you and I talked once, and I can't remember, so I may be going way off base here about a German connection because you wanted your beers to have that German kind of that historic German beer behind it.
Yeah.
Tell us about that. I don't remember the story in
Well, I'm 100% German. My dad is even more German, and I always
110.
you're exactly. But so I like to joke about the fact that so for about a decade I was going over to Germany every year, and I was mainly centered in Munich or Bamberg area, and I was brewing beer over there. And trying to learn because the Germans they make the best beer in the world, and they'll tell you that endlessly, over and over again.
But are they correct?
Yeah, they
Okay.
really are. And so my entire career is going to be spent trying to make a great German lager. And we make them year round. And so for that decade, I was going over there being taught the secrets of the secret, and I was telling them about how to use hops and stuff because they didn't, they weren't making IPAs or anything back then. And so it was a give and take, and I learned a lot. And they truly are the world leaders in great beer, and so I will always emulate and do my best to make German beers.
So explain one thing to me then is I hear you and the other craft brew people, nobody talks trash. You
Why
guys,
would we?
well, because so many industries people do. I mean, that's just human nature is in business. People get really competitive and they talk trash and stuff. People they just do. And the one thing I found about you and about many others, in fact, we'll talk about this a little bit, but I know you do an article in the newspaper on a weekly basis, and you have a radio show that you do, and you talk about other breweries, you talk about other people by name, you talk about competitors, direct competitors in the craft brew industry, but it's always flattering things that, oh, it's a give and take. I learned from them. How did that all come where so many industries are cutthroat and it's a business. I mean, it's your livelihood, but you guys are just so complimentary toward each other.
They're my friends, number one. Number two, you touched on the fact that I'm really, really fortunate. I'm kind of the veteran around here, so I have a lot of outlets where I get to, say what I'm going to say, and I don't need to talk about my brewery. I'm really, really proud of this point.
I will. I'll talk about Hoops Brewery, folks.
Well, this is a point that I'm really, really proud of. Every single head brewer right now in Duluth, except for Ursa, they used to work with me. I am so proud of that.
How cool.
How cool is that? They're all my friends. I'm so proud of the work they do and the beer they make. And, I mean, Castle, Bent, Blacklist. I mean, I can go on. These are my friends, and they all worked directly with me for years. So I'm really, really into that. And we look after each other and help each other out. And competitors, I don't really see it that way. We're in this together, and COVID's been hard on all of us.
Oh.
So we're looking after each other.
Let's talk a little bit about COVID. Obviously, your industry was hit probably harder than any other industry because you were the first to close, you're the last to open.
Yeah.
There's a lot of restrictions on who can come, how many can come, all this other stuff. Obviously you lost a lot of weight during that time. You look great, but just tell us about your experience of going through this last 18 months.
Well, I have to say, first and foremost, yes, we were the very first brewery to close, excuse me, and the last one to reopen. And I didn't have any problem with what Waltz was doing. He got hammered on by this and that. I'm not a political guy. I'm happy to follow the rules, and so what we did is we closed and we did curbside, okay? Mm-hmm. There's a few things that happened that worked out really well. We didn't have to toss any beer. We gave it away. So during COVID, we did, first responders, then we did hospital people, then we did grocery store workers. We just gave them free beer. We did it the whole time. We just gave that away.
God bless you.
And people appreciate that, and that was cool. Number one. Number two, like Minnesota, we are fairly highly taxed state, and which is fine.
We are?
Yeah, right. And I don't care. I just pay my taxes. I don't care. But I have to be honest. Feds, state, county, city, they all help me. Like, I can't even tell you how much. For a year and a half, I've applied for literally dozens and dozens of grants and loans and PPPs, and I was helped. And I kept 28 employees on
Sweet.
payroll the
Good.
entire COVID. I didn't lose a single person. I feel fortunate.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Thanks for surviving. We all appreciate it. But seriously, we know that your industry was hit. All of us as small business owners were hit. Everyone in the world is hit, right? But just talking business and whatnot, you guys were hit so much.
We were hit
harder.
right between the eyes. I mean,
Yeah.
like you take somebody like Ben Paddle, who, again, they're my buddies, but they were busy because the liquor stores and the grocery stores and stuff were busy, and they never
Right.
closed. And that's great. I mean, life is not fair. And that's fine
Agreed.
with me, and I'm not going to whine about it. We got through it.
So tell me about then, is the Great American Brew Festival in Denver going to fire
Yeah.
back up?
No. So I've been judging that thing for 20 years. I go out there every year, and I'm proud to be one of the judges.
Well, you're also a title holder on that, aren't you?
Yeah, we've won a couple medals here and there, and then that's awesome. But this year, the festival is not going to take place in person. It's going to be virtual. Next year it'll be back.
Okay.
And then here's a really cool thing. There's a thing called the CBC, which is the Craft Brewers Conference. And it's the first thing, I think I went to the first one like in '89. It was in Phoenix or something. I've been going for a long time. There were 200 people there. Now there's 16,000.
Oh,
But the reason I bring it up is finally
a beer trade show. How cool is that?
next year, cities. It's going to be in Minneapolis for the first time next year.
Can you bring guests?
Yep.
Ooh.
Yep.
I got
Yep.
to treat Dave nice.
Yep. It's going to be really fun. I'm going to bring, my staff. It's a 4-day conference where you go and there's seminars and it's a beer conference. It's awesome, right? But it's going to be here, which is really cool.
For those of us who have no clue what a judging a beer festival's about, tell us about it. I mean, obviously you can't just go there and just be pounding everybody's beer like crazy. I mean, there's techniques to this. There's experiences. How does that even work?
Well, it's a serious deal. I was trained to be a beer judge, and I have a good palate. I'm fortunate. And what you do is basically it's 8 hours a day, and in the morning you've got you judge from 9 a.m. till noon, and then you have lunch, and then you judge from 1 o'clock till 5, and you do flights. And at this point, like for example, I'll sit down and there'll be maybe 12 beers in front of me, and it'll one style, okay, like let's say IPA or whatever, and then I'll have a sheet, and on that sheet there's about 20 different categories, and you go through and you judge each one of these categories. Everything from aroma to the how the beer looks, to how it tastes, to how it finishes, and you just go through. And I'm surrounded by usually about 220 professional judges from all over the world. And let's in 2019, for example, when we judged, we gave away we judged 8,000 beers over the week. And we gave away 220 medals. And winning a medal at the GABF is like winning an Academy Award if you're a movie maker, right? It is the benchmark. It's the creme de la creme of our industry. If
You can always market that. That's marketing gold.
It's a big deal, yeah. And I'm fortunate. I've done okay. My little brother Mike is a brewer in the Twin Cities, and he's the most decorated brewer in the history of Minnesota. He would never admit that, so I do it for him.
Wow,
But
that's
he's a great brewer.
And you guys worked together up here originally at the brew house, right?
Yeah, he opened Fitker's Brew House with Tim and Rod and worked there for a year and a half before handing me that job when I came here.
Oh,
and then he runs it's called the Minneapolis Town Hall. They have 4 locations down in the cities, and he's a part owner of that, and he's been their longtime master brewer for a long time.
It's in the blood.
Yeah,
So
kinda,
at
yeah.
the brew festival, so you judge on all these things, and then you end up handing out the trophies, and that's the coup de grace. That's the Academy Award in that division.
It's a big deal. I mean, winning 1 medal at the GABF basically makes you, as a brewer, that's it. That's your cachet. One time, and like I said, of 8,000 beers judged, we give away like 200 medals. So
Wow.
it's not easy to win. It's less than 1% of the
Exactly.
people who win. So, yeah, I really enjoy. I believe I have to give back to this industry that's been so good to me, and that's why I do that. I enjoy judging. It's frankly kind of hard work, but I like doing it.
You know, that's funny. How many people are like, "Oh, this guy goes there and drinks beer," and he's saying, "This is hard work."
Well, you got to be serious about it. You really
Be serious about your beer. Oh, I am right now. I'm really serious about my beer drinking right at this moment.
This is a great interview. You're good. You're a good host.
Yeah, you know what? Even a blind squirrel gets a nut once in a while. So Ryan Hansen, our sales manager, he knew I was going to be interviewing you, and he says, "Ask Dave, what's the difference between an IPA, a pale ale, versus an EPA?"
Okay, well, first and foremost, I am a major proponent of pale ales. Pale ales are losing traction in our industry because it's all about IPA. And you go to some breweries down, like in the cities, you'll go in there, they'll have 8 IPAs on tap, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have nothing against IPAs, but pale ale is a true benchmark beer. Now, I make full-time pale ales. I usually keep about 3 of them on tap. And my pale ales, many people feel like they're fairly hoppy, they're fairly strong. Like a lot of people would call them an IPA. But if I say it's a pale ale, it's a pale ale because I'm making it, right?
And I'm not questioning it.
Right. So the difference is, so in my world, if it's below 7% alcohol, okay, number one, and there's a it's called IBUs, International Bittering Units, and that's the benchmark, the number that tells you how hoppy a beer is. Okay.
Okay.
So like most of my pale ales are between 50 and 70. Okay. 0, no hops. 100, really really hoppy. Okay.
Okay.
So in my world, below 7% alcohol and below 70 BUs, pale ale. Over
Okay.
7% alcohol, over 70 BUs, IPA. But that's me. Now, like Bent Paddle, for example, who I like to, they make Bent Hop, which is an amazing beer, but it's actually lower in BUs and alcohol than my pale ales. But they call it an IPA, which is fine. They can do whatever they want.
Okay, so there's not, if it's this, you have to call it this.
No.
It's what you choose for
Exactly.
your craft.
Yep. And then I push really hard. I'm constantly telling people that pale ales are the reason for the season. And I'm really proud of the fact that our number 15 pale ale is our best-selling beer, even though I pour a bunch of IPAs, and people love IPAs. But still, like our regulars and people that come in, they're drinking 15, which
Okay.
is I'm really into that. So that's me. But if you talk to a different brewer, he or she would probably be telling you all about IPAs, how great they are, because everybody loves them.
So everyone has maybe their little niche that they're. It's like I'm really into this, and I make these good, and I really concentrate on these. I make these other things, and I make them really well too. But this
Right.
is really what I love to do, and I love to just try to nail it every time on.
100%. And I'll never shut up about pushing pale ales. That's kind of my thing. In the meantime, though, like we were saying, I have 25 beers on tap right now this second. So it's not like people can't go in there and find something they will like.
You need to go in there, people. So what's an EPA?
That's a great question. At Exeter Pale Ale, the best one in America is probably Summit EPA. That's a really, really underappreciated beer, which is unbelievably good. And I've personally been responsible for giving them medals more than once. I've been, in Denver, I've judged. Yeah. And Exeter Pale Ale is going to be a little bit lighter. It's going to be less than 5% alcohol. It's going to be less than 40 BUs. It's going to have a good crisp balance. and it's going to really, really just be, I think I would say, highly quaffable. That's a word that I just invented.
I was going to say, after a few beers, you can make up all kinds of words.
But yeah, I can't say enough good things. And for your listeners, if you want to have like an EPA, which is basically just a little pale ale, go buy Summit. It's wonderful.
So we have some questions we're going to ask you, and these are just kind of off the wall questions. But before we do that, I got a personal question for you. So if I drink a Bud Light out of a tap, I drink one and I have a blistering headache. But I can drink craft brews out of tap, and it doesn't do it. I mean, literally 1.5 an hour later, I have a blistering headache.
Well, there's a few different reasons. Number one, it might depend on where you're drinking. If they aren't doing a good job with cleaning their lines,
I've heard that.
that'll make you sick. The other thing is some people have an undiagnosed allergy to hops, which and many I know quite a few people that are in this boat where they don't realize it, but sometimes they get a terrible headache when they drink a very small amount of beer because they have an internal reaction or allergy to hops.
Okay.
And that's I can't say how to fix that because I don't have that, but it's real. But I think the main reason is you should try and have drink a can of Bud Light and see if you feel that way as opposed to on tap, because it's very likely the lines and
Okay.
so I clean my lines every single week.
Yep.
And it's a very important thing to do. And I'm not going to lie, there are places I go to here in Duluth where I only order beer in packages because they don't do a good job with their lines. But I'm
Okay.
not going to name names, of course.
No.
Yeah, but that's the main reason that you would have that reaction.
Okay, because
Yeah.
it's all just a throbbing headache and half a beer, one beer, and all of a sudden, 20 minutes, half hour later, it's throbbing.
Exactly.
But I've never seen that in any of the craft brews.
Well, and there's no alcohol in Bud Light or Bud either. I mean, it's less than 5% alcohol, so I mean, you should have no problems. But
Right, and
so,
it's that
yeah.
little teeny amount there, and
Yeah.
I've always just been curious about it.
I think that would be my reasoning.
Interesting. Look at that. You learn something every day. Before we go on to this blistering line of questioning here, I got to have another drink of this brew here.
I am ready. Throw them at me.
All right. Favorite movie?
Ever?
Ever.
Dune. I cannot wait. I've read Dune at least 10 times. David Lynch, he did a really good job with that movie. And there's a brand new Dune coming out, you guys, in October. So you heard that here first. So there you go.
See, the guy's got a connection to California, so he must be talking to people in Hollywood.
Second favorite, Apocalypse Now. There you go.
All right.
Yep.
Proudest moment in your life?
My kid's being born.
You know what? I knew that was coming because that's what I would say too. Okay.
I'm going to cry right
Okay.
about now.
No. Okay. Proudest business moment?
Getting hoops open. It was not easy, and I admire you. You understand how to do this kind of stuff. I was clueless. It was really hard, and I've learned a lot.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, you learn when your wallet starts getting thinner, don't you?
Oh man, yeah. Tell me about it.
Either that, you better learn quickly when our wallets get thin.
Never pay any bills except that I have to pay bills, and yeah. But I'm really, really grateful to be on this side of the pandemic and where I'm at now. But by far, yeah, opening hoops was a big deal.
That's, again, if you're not from the area and you're coming anywhere near Duluth, Minnesota. By the way, in the summer, you should come here in the winter too, because then it can really see if you have hair on your chest, and you can handle our winters. But come here in the summer, and you have to. It's an absolute must. You got to go to Hoops Brewery. This guy, this place, his brews are off the charts. Okay, biggest fear.
I don't like needles, I hate to admit this, but I wasn't a big I wasn't getting flu shots and stuff. I never got the flu, knock on wood, and I just hate needles. But I was raising my hand, jumping up and down, begging to get that needle when I got my COVID shot. And I was really pleased to get it. It's not politics for me. I was grateful, and so my biggest fear is needles. But I guess I overcame it enough to get my shot.
Enough to get your shot.
Yeah.
What was your reaction?
Nothing.
It seemed like everyone was all over the charts.
I got Pfizer, and I didn't have any trouble at all.
Oh.
My whole family got shots. We've been vaccinated for a couple months now. In fact, my entire staff is vaccinated mostly, and it's been nice. And I whined and told the nurse how big of a baby I was, and
Well, you're a guy.
yeah, she helped me out, and it was fine. And so that's my biggest fear, and I faced it.
Beautiful. That's like a man cold versus a woman cold. A man cold's always way worse, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm a
Yeah.
baby every time I get sick.
Oh
Yeah.
man, I get a hangnail. I'm out for a week. Favorite place you've ever traveled? You can't say Germany. That's too easy for you to say Germany. Favorite place you've ever been other than Germany? See, now I'm even switching these questions around.
I really, really liked the Caribbean, St. Thomas, and the British version of it, whatever it's called. I can't remember. British.
British Virgin Islands.
Yeah, yeah. I really
You're pretty
liked
tan
that.
today. Were you just there?
I was in North Carolina. My Laura's sister Mary lives on the beach in North Carolina, and so we've driven down there a few times during COVID. She lives alone, and so it was safe, and I like the beach a lot, and yeah.
You've been there. You're looking good.
Well,
You're
thank
looking
you.
like a beach bum
You're
over here.
giving me a lot
Holy
of love
cow,
here.
I'll tell you what, a beach
But-
bum.
So I like that, but also I will also say the other place that really, really blew me away was Morocco and Gibraltar. Back in the day, I used to travel quite a bit. I was on the road for a long period of time, and like a year and a half or something. I was traveling right after school, and I went everywhere. And I worked in kibutzes. Went to Israel. I worked in Greece on wine stuff and everything. So,
Wow.
but that was a long time ago. I'm an old man now, but that was when I was like early 20s.
Still younger than me.
I know every day I'm younger than you.
It's a son of a gun, I'll tell
It's
ya.
crazy. Yeah, every single day I'm younger than you.
So moving on, Dave has been extremely good to Duluth Pack. He has done a bunch of events at our flagship store in Canal Park. We've done some partnership stuff. He's become a customer of ours. He buys. In fact, now you can just drink out of the crowlers because we make crowler sleeves. So it's like a beer koozie, but it's a crowler koozie.
My kids all have Duluth packs
Well,
too.
that's where we're going.
Yeah.
This guy's been incredibly good to us. And so I have to ask, what's your favorite Duluth Pack product?
It's my what do you call it?
That briefcase you have all the time in the bar
Yep.
that sits on top of the bar,
Yep.
and then Dave just in and out of it all
Always.
the time.
I take it everywhere with me. I love it so much. My friend Chuck Erickson, he's a great customer of yours, and he went in and what happened is he went in and bought the what's the fancy pants? Oh, the Buffalo version.
Chuck owns every single bag we make in Buffalo.
Exactly. So what he did was he came to me and he's like, I just got this Buffalo. You want this? And he sold that to me.
So you have the Buffalo one now?
No. I've got my regular one that Chuck sold me, and I use
Oh,
it
he sold
every
you the
single.
old one when
Yep.
he got his Buffalo. Okay.
Yep, and I bring it everywhere with me. I love it. I love it.
You always have it right down in the end of the
Always.
bar there, and
Yep.
then you're in and out of it all the time.
Yep.
Well, that was my first purchase here. It wasn't people think, oh, Tom, you're a big hunter, you're a big outdoors guy, you're in the boundary waters, you're doing this all the time. What was your first purchase before you became addicted to Duluth Pack and had to own the place? What was your first purchase? It was a briefcase. I still carry it.
I use it every single day, and like I just said, my kids, my daughter just graduated from college. She's got a pack. My son he's a sophomore now at Madison. He's got a pack. My wife has two. We're Duluth Pack Central around here.
You
Yeah.
guys are like the poster children.
Big time.
Holy cow. So let's talk a little bit about the crowlers versus a growler.
So I was really lucky in 2007. I was in the middle of the mix. I was one of the people that helped get growlers legal in Minnesota. Okay?
Excuse me, folks. I'm pouring a little bit more beer here.
So in 07, growlers were not legal in Minnesota, and we got them passed, and that allowed us to have a to-go packaging, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, to answer your question, that was fine and all, and we were actually the biggest growler account in Minnesota at Fitkers. We were selling 250,000 a year or something like that in crawlers.
Whoa.
But it was a lot of work, right? And so the reason that we have crawlers now, to answer your question, is because growlers with the G are not ideal because, excuse me, they
We're drinking beer, people.
they let light in, and you when you open them, you have to drink it in 2 days, otherwise the beer goes flat.
Yep.
And light is bad for beer, number one. Number two, when you open them, nobody really wants to drink 64 ounces of beer. That's a lot of beer. The crawlers are 25 ounces. They're 2 cans of beer. They're closed to the light, okay? And most of us can handle two beers, and so they're just a better package. So that's why we kind of highlight them.
So
And we have a lot of different designs. Like, I use different artists for it's really great. Like, I have 4 different people have done designs for our crawlers, and just like you guys do at Duluth Pack, I use people like Chris Monroe is kind of my huckleberry. She does a lot of work for me. I'm sure you guys know who she is, and I'm really proud that she works with us, and so it's fun.
So you're sticking to all the local stuff. That's awesome.
100%.
So tell us, we're getting the old cutoff sign. We're going to be wrapping up here pretty quick. I could go on for a day.
It's
but
already been an hour? Wow.
Tell me about your radio gig on Saturdays, and then I do read your Duluth News Tribune articles. Tell us a little about that. We got a couple minutes.
Thank you. So I'm fortunate. I've written over 300 articles for the Duluth News Tribune, and really what I try to do is go back and forth between technical brewing stuff, and then I write a lot of tearjerkers, and I just talk about like the article coming out this week is called Beers and Hugs. We're back. I like hugs. I missed them. So I'm really fortunate that they give me that platform, and I try to use it to support my brothers and sisters here in Duluth area. And then my friend Brian Prudhomme and his partner Dave Cook, every Saturday morning between 10 a.m. and noon on the Fan here in Duluth 106.5, they allow me, they call me the sports brewer, and I do love sports so much. And as you guys know, we tend to have sports on TV down at Hoops.
Hockey.
Yep, but we don't shove it down anybody's throat. I mean, it's in the background, but I do love sports, and not every brewery is so sports-centric. And so I owe Brian and Dave a debt of gratitude, because every Saturday for the last year and a half, they let me talk for 20 minutes about whatever I want. I mean, it's pretty cool.
Well, you could just someday take the microphone and go around to the beer hall, for crying out loud, because of all the hockey. Okay, we're not going to be able to get into all of it, but you need to come to Hoops Brew Hall, because you can see all these professional hockey jerseys up there. They got the TVs up there like the sports bars, and they'll turn on the sport you love, because I've been in there, and there's been soccer on, there's been basketball, lots and lots of hockey. Come on, we're from Minnesota, right?
Guys, in 3 weeks, we're going to have 10 different TVs showing 10 different Olympic events at
There
the
you
same
go.
time. Boom.
And you can come and have like the best beers in the world and try different ones, and you can try chili pepper beer, and maybe right now you can get some cherry beer right now. No? Yes?
We've got cherry chili beer right now.
Oh geez, oh Pete. Okay. So you can double up, I guess.
Yeah, it's really fun, and we have so I've got a Gordie Howe jersey on the wall, and he played the most games in history. Well, my favorite Shark, Patrick Marleau, just broke his all-time record, and so I'm going to put his jersey right up next to Gordie's. It's really cool stuff.
And you got Joe Pavelski, a Wisconsin guy. You got Zach Parisi, a Minnesota guy. You got a local kid, Neil Pionk, great local young guy. Went to college here, went to high school here, went to college here.
Yep.
Now a star up in Winnipeg.
Dom just sent me a jersey, Dom Tonowski.
Toninato from Duluth East, playing for the Winnipeg Jets.
Yeah, it's so cool. And Timu, my favorite player in history, it's Lonnie. He's on the wall. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, you got to come and see all this. I love going into Hoops Beer Hall and trying different things. Ask for Dave. Dave is the most personable guy you'll ever meet. He'll come and talk to you about it. He'll ask you where you're from. You'll get to know Dave, hopefully a little bit more here. He'll get to know you, and I can tell you, you will be friends for life. So, Dave, debt of gratitude to you. Thanks for coming in. This has been a blast. You can see him on the Duluth News Tribune. You can see him on the radio here. You can download the app. Which station again?
The Fan 106.5.
So you'll be able to hear him on Saturdays. And folks, coming live from the dungeon at Duluth Pack. Until next time, unplug from the indoors and recharge in the outdoors. Hey, everybody, this is Tom Siga with Duluth Pack, and this is the Duluth Pack podcast, Leader of the Pack. Today's special guest is a personal friend of mine. I've known him for many, many years, and he is also my accountant. His name is Jim Hacking. He owns James Hacking and Associates, CPA. Welcome, Jim.
Thanks, Tom. It's great to be here. It's been a while, but great to be back live and having a good conversation at an appropriate time.
Well, I'll tell you what, we certainly hope that you educate some people today and teach some people a little bit about what they can do to prepare for their own personal taxes. But before we do that, Jim, let's go way back and tell us where are you from? Where did you go to high school? Where did you go to college? And at what point did you realize I want to be an accountant?
Well, that's an interesting question, Tom. I'm actually the education background. I'm originally from the Twin Cities. I went to St. Thomas Academy and then the College of St. Thomas. Graduated from there in 1981 with an accounting degree. Cute little anecdote on that is it's now the University of St. Thomas. And when I graduated in 81, the tuition was $3,250, but when you change the name to University of St. Thomas, it's now $50,000 a year to go there. And I'll guarantee you the accounting degree is no better than it was in 1981. So we won't go any further with that, but figure that one out. College versus university, $3,250 versus 50 grand a day. And that's just to go to the school.
Jim, aren't you glad that your kids and my kids are all done with college?
Well, one of them's still working, but we put a cap on it. University of Minnesota, Duluth, you can live at home, laundry will be done, and meals will be provided. The day you tell us you're not going to college, hit the bricks, get out and get a job. Of course, you don't hear that very often anymore, but I was brought up old school by my parents.
Well, you know what? That sometimes that doesn't hurt the kids at all. You got your accounting degree, and then what was your first job?
Well, so then I went to work right away, graduated May of 81, and then in June of 81, thanks to the God, he guided me, and I ended up getting my first job with a small CPA firm in St. Paul, Minnesota, called Mort Compson and Company, and I worked there for 2.5 years, and I literally learned how to do everything from A to Z. And it's interesting that I got that job because actually, truth be known, when I was in college, my sophomore year, my dad was an independent business owner and he asked me, what are you going to do for a major? And of course, we all know the pressure, especially today on young kids with the astronomical costs of college to try to figure out what you want to major in. And I had an answer for my dad. I said, I was thinking about dentistry. And he said, that's interesting. How'd you come up with it? I said, well, it's pretty simple, Dad. I got perfect teeth. I still have my wisdom teeth in, and I do to this day. They make great money and work great hours. And at that point, my dad said, I have a very admirable son, one problem. And I said, what's that, Dad? I've never known you to be a straight A student. What are you going to do with a half-baked science degree if you don't cut the mustard? And I kind of went blah, blah, blah. And I was a little bit of a smart aleck. And I said, well, what would you do? And he says, you know, son, I went to the University of Minnesota, got a general business degree. If I had to do it all over again, I would take accounting. Accounting is the guts of a business. It's what makes the world go round. It's germane to everything. And he said, to be truthful, it's a trade with your brains. You're not using your back and laboring behind a welding machine or running excavators or shoveling dirt. Nothing against any of those things at all, my dad said. But he goes, you either know debits and credits, you either know how to read balance sheets, financials, and you have some tax background, or you don't. So he said, it's a profession. And if you can, get your CPA and go the whole 9 yards, because a lot of independent business owners that own their company have a CPA behind their name. Big time CEOs and CFOs and large companies often have a CPA behind their name. And he said, it's germane, like right down to your family budget even. So for lack of a better plan, I took accounting. That being said, because I grew up in an entrepreneurial family, I always knew I wanted to work for myself, but I never, even my sophomore year, imagined in a million years that I'd be working self-employed as a CPA. But that's the way it worked out. 2.5 years with Mort Compston. The partnership broke up. They thought they'd ship me off to an account payable clerk position for a trucking company or something like that. And I said, sorry, collected unemployment, and I already had the wheels in motion for H&H Management Advisory Services, Inc. We were officed in the Southgate Office Plaza off 494 and 100 in West Bloomington. And I did that up until from 84 to 88 when I got married. And then my wife and I looked at quality of life, and we moved to Duluth, Minnesota. And we found a nice little home out on Lakewood Road, 10 acres around us. At that time, 100 grand would be FHA. And we actually found a house up here. That'd buy you a 2 or 3 bedroom rambler in the cities, 30-year-old house, East Bloomington, Richfield, South Minneapolis, neighbors on top of you and airplanes overhead. And I said, for that kind of money, I would be able to shoot a gun off my deck and run a snowmobile in my backyard, hoot and holler and have dogs barking. And so we just simply moved to Duluth for my quality of life, quality choice, and we've never looked back. This is a phenomenal community, even today, to raise a family. Education's top drawer. People are friendly, people are willing to talk to you, and it's a relaxed atmosphere. So beautiful place. And shortly after I moved up here, I got a job with a firm, a job, lasted 6 months. April 15th, they said, it's not working out. We are supposed to get a pay raise, and they let me go. So I came home with hat in hand to my wife at the time, Deb. And I said, I lost my job today, and much to her utmost respect for her, she had no idea how much it meant to me. And I didn't realize it till many years later. She actually respected me and said, what are you going to do? And I said, I don't think it's any better with any other firm. I want to start my own practice. And she said, I'm 110% behind you. What I know you can do it. I know you won't be able to look yourself in the mirror if you don't try. And I knew 0 people in this town when I started, Tom. 0 people, and built this practice from ground zero, but not without a lot of help. Good people like you, working hard, and a lot of the grace of the Lord, definitely.
Jim, you started your business 38 years ago. What early on were the biggest challenges that you had as, number one, you're an entrepreneur. You're starting your own business. So this isn't purchasing a business that's existing. You're starting at grassroots, and this is your first time doing it, and then in the accounting field. So take those 4 things. What were your biggest challenges early on?
The biggest challenge coming into a community like Duluth, Minnesota, was to get connected. Luckily, I have a personality that's not typical of accountants. Most people say, Jim, I can't even believe you're a CPA or an accountant. And that's because I tell them, I said, well, I listened to my dad back in the day as I shared the story about dentistry not working out for me. And so consequently, I had to think long and hard about how to get connected. And I had a couple of good fortunes. I did hire a marketing company. They weren't all that more bright than I am, to be honest, about marketing, but they had a few good ideas. And I ended up doing some advertising in the newspaper. I had a couple of ads that really reached out to people, offering their biggest help was they said, you got to offer 25% off. In order to be able to get people to act on a coupon, 25% is the number. So we created some ads. I did most of the work on the jingle or the lead in to get people's attention. They helped fine tune it, but the 25% off was huge. And I put a coupon in the paper, and that worked tremendously. At the same time, KDL radio, I was blessed and lucky. Michael Langevin came in. He was the operations director back in the day, and I was doing taxes for him. And he looks at me and he says, Hacking, he says, I'm thinking we might like to try you out on the radio. And I said, well, what do you mean? He goes, have you ever been on the radio? I said, no. And he says, well, you got the personality, he says, and you got the knowledge. He says, I'd like to have you come in and we'll do a little tax call-in show. And he says, you can come and share some tax information with people. We'll have people call in and we'll see how it goes. But he said, I'm going to warn you, We did this a couple of years ago with the CPA and it failed miserably. The guy couldn't talk his way out of a paper box. He was boring as all get out, and he rambled on and he talked over everybody's head. But he says, don't be scared. I think you can do it. So the first year we did 2 or 3 radio shows. I got back from them. They liked it. I did okay. And then the second year, I got a call from Lange, and he talked to actually your dad, Gunner. And he said, yeah, Gunner's the operations director. We're happy with hacking. And Lange says, we're so happy with you, Jim. We want to make a regularly scheduled show, and we are going to benchmark the fact we're doing it. So there's a term. I go, well, Michael, what's benchmark mean? And he goes, it means we're going to tell our listeners ahead of time, be sure and tune in at Tuesday at 9 a.m. because Jim Hacking, certified public accountant, the tax man, is going to be here to answer your questions. Well, that was huge in helping to get my name out there and to grow my business, because now I had what I would call 2 prongs of a 3-prong marketing attack that is genius. And Lange was brilliant on this. He says, you're not paying for the show. Back then when KDL was the information station, as you well know, and they were a community service provider. They wanted to have top talent, local programming. Unfortunately, over the years, they've moved away from that. It's a lot of the canned programming. We don't have the old local talents like Lou Campbell was on with the Antique Show, and Rhonda Grusendorf with some of the flowers. I think all that remains now is Jordan is great with Fishing Frenzy, and you got Bobble, and the plant dude is still around forever. But other than that, but back then it was huge. And so what ended up happening was I was on the radio, I had my ad going, and then I had done some work for customers. So now if somebody saw the ad in the paper, all of a sudden, and it takes 2 things to get people to move. I found very effectively get people to move. And when they see your ad in the paper and then they heard me on the radio, they're picking up the phone. Oh, this guy's got it. Geez, I heard him on the radio. He sounded pretty good. Or Tommy, you've always been good to me. You make a referral. Hey, Hacking's my account. Oh, you like him? I heard that dude on the radio. He is good. Now you got 2 things, or maybe it's all 3. Well, geez, you use him. Yeah, I clipped out his ad and I heard him on the radio. So they're coming in. So if you can get a 2 or 3 leg approach to your marketing program, it's just huge. And so it really put me on the map, got me in the community, and it was a challenge. It cost some money and it took some time, but it really worked out well.
Jim, back when you were on the radio show, what were some, and it was a call-in show, what were some of the questions that you would see as repeating questions over and over that your clientele was most interested in their own personal taxes?
Wow, thinking back, there was just such a wide array of questions. I mean, a lot of things are like, is something deductible? A lot of questions about kids with college and what's available for college credits. What itemized deductions can I take? A lot of times talking about potential tax brackets for people, what deductions mean to them. A lot of questions about, should I accelerate income or defer income? That's always a year-end planning issue. Do I want to bring more income into this year if I can, or do I want to bring in more expenses this year if I can, or do I want to wait till next year? A lot of questions about that. A lot of retirement questions, IRAs. Can I do an IRA? What are some of the thresholds? But just a real array of things. I mean, back then you used to be able to take unreimbursed employee expenses. Trump eliminated that with his tax law changes. But guys, a lot of guys are truckers or contractors. Can I write off my mileage? Can I write off my Carhartts, work boots, that type of stuff? That, of course, is all gone for W-2 employees under the current tax code. But just, yeah, a real wide array. Most of the questions I could field. One of the reasons the radio was so pleased is because if somebody had a really deep question, I'd say, you know what, Tom, that's too much to answer right now on the radio. Give my office a call and we'll follow up with you at no charge. And we actually did that. I mean, people would call in and I'd follow up off the radio because you're going to lose people. You know, it's like it's specialized and it's just not germane to the public. And then in the end, I would never advertise myself, but Carrie Rod or Jordan or Cadigan, they'd go, hey, where can our listeners get a hold of you, Jim? They would ask me, and I'd say 727-6887, call. There's no charge for a quick question. We're here to support the community. So our community support reached far beyond, and we even did jointly. I would do an open house every year in February. Kirk Halderson's an investment advisor that offices with us, and we would shut down for 2 days right in the first week of February and have an open house for people to come, see our offices, ask questions. We'd have free back massages. We take the stress out of the tax season was the theory. We'd have free back massages. We'd have all kinds of hors d'oeuvres, pop, some beer and wine on hand. And we'd bring in an attorney. We'd have an investment advisor and an insurance person here. So people could ask questions and stuff. And KDL was part of that, you know, through the radio. We'd have it on our flyer, you know, as a kind of a sponsor, so to speak. And they would put it out on the radio for us for free too back then and say, everybody wants to go, you know, community service. Jim's offering an open house, which went over really well in the town.
You know, you were talking about the massages when people would come in, and I was waiting for you to say that there was a beer or a whiskey there because, you know, when I leave my accountant's office, oh, geez, Jim, that is your office. There's several times I've needed a beer or a whiskey, I'll tell you. But no, Jim treats us very, very well. And one of the things that I will say is when Jim says that he will answer questions and there's no charge to it, I call Jim on folks on a regular basis. Jim's been my accountant for 30 plus years, and I can call Jim anytime. And I personally have not received an invoice, a bill from Jim, other than my annual taxes or business taxes and whatnot. So he's a straight up guy, straight up shooter, and as honest as the day is long.
Well, thanks for that, Tom. You know, I really appreciate that. And, you know, the thing is with it, I mean, people are really good. Like if you call and you have a major deal, I'll tell you like, oh, Tom, this is going to take some time to figure out. So people are like, fine, bill me accordingly. I understand. But most of the time, as you well know, we're also good friends. You know, 15-minute conversation, 10 minutes of it is how's life and what's going on. And then there's a 5-minute question. Well, you know, I hate to say it, attorneys are notorious for billing you for every minute. And we all kind of chuckle about that one. I just can't do it. You know, I'm like, it's part of the deal. We're here I would rather answer a question and keep people moving along in the right direction. I'm in it for the long run. It's not about the money. And I was very blessed just the other night. After I got done with the board meeting, I had my new tax manager, Brady Evanson, with me. We went up to the bar and Sandy and Natalie Hoff were there. And, you know, they own FI Salter and they're quite involved with real estate and Pier B and everything. And out of nowhere, I never felt so good. Sandy looked at young Brady, who's my new corporate tax manager, and he literally unprovoked or anything. He said, you know, he says, I've been with Jim for quite a while now. And I can tell you one thing, Jim really cares about his customers, and you just don't find that very often anymore. And he has been with a number of firms, including RSM McGladrey, where I recruited Brady from. And he said, I've been through a number of CPAs. And Jim is the one guy I found that, you know, works really hard, but he really cares. And that felt really good. That's what we're about. We're not in it for the money. We're in it to make a difference in people's lives.
Jim, and you know, taxes for most people are a very scary thing. They're something that we feel very inept about. We may be experts in our own areas of business or areas of life, but when it comes to taxes, most of us feel inept, and we get quite fearful of, boy, am I going to make a mistake? Am I going to do something wrong? And I can tell you, folks, when you deal with a person like Jim Hacking, we're going to get to some more questions here. But when you deal with somebody like Jim Hacking, you will trust Jim to the point where when you get audited like I have several times, and you just turn the power of attorney over to Jim and he calls you back a half an hour later and says, hey, everything's taken care of. In fact, you're getting an extra $128 back this year.
Well,
And
it doesn't always work out that way.
No, but that has happened to me once, folks. Yeah. And Jim called me back and said, you're getting $128, not 29, but I was getting 128 back. And the comfort we have in dealing with somebody that we trust is very important, especially when it comes to our income taxes and our annual taxes.
Can I segue off that, Tom? I got an important comment to make that flows kind of right into that. And I just want to put this out there for your listeners, because as the years have gone by and what I'm seeing, I am a little bit saddened about my profession. And there's something very important for consumers of our services to know. And that is when it comes to the tax world, and Tom, you're going to be able to segue in on this when I talk about this, because I remember vividly a situation we had with you years ago, and you were just elated. But first of all, there's two distinct parts to tax preparation. One is taking all your information that you give us, whether it's in a garbage sack, hopefully not. People are much better now. We don't really want your receipts. We just want final numbers. Here's my total cash contributions. Here's my total non-cash. Here's my office expenses if you have a business. Here's my total advertising. Less receipts. You keep your receipts. But getting everything onto the return and prepared onto the return is one piece. And no matter who you are, your brain, when you're going through people's stuff and doing data entry, that's what you're doing. And it's very difficult to think about much else. You're doing data entry. I'm taking your W-2 and I'm putting it into my system. Okay. And H&R Block does a lot of that. If you're going to a tax preparer where they do your tax return in front of you, that's the level of service you're going to get. You're not necessarily going to get ideas. They're not necessarily going to catch mistakes or be able to rework something or come up with a better plan, because you're sitting in front of them. Give me your W-2, give me your 1099 interest, and they're plunking it on your tax return. And they're not thinking about the results, nor do they even have the end result. They're on the 40-yard line and they're moving towards the other goal line on a football field bit by bit, trying to get a touchdown called. I've got all your stuff on the tax return. So that's one piece of it. And sadly, in my CPA world, there's way too many of us professionals that are not doing the other piece that's the most critical, particularly if you're going to a professional firm such as a CPA firm, and that is seeing the customer. We see all of our customers. I have an exit interview with everyone who will come in. COVID was a little difficult for me. I was kicking and screaming because I'm a little older and technology sort of, I'm ready to retire. I don't need any more technology. But the cool part of it was Zoom. And I have a lot of customers who've retired and they moved to Florida. They moved to Arizona, just like you and I right now, Tom, or just like we're sitting here in the same office. We can see each other. We're talking. I can bring up a 2-year comparison and you can be anywhere in the country or the world. I have a customer in China that I had a Zoom appointment with here this last tax season. It's fantastic. The key is I at least see or have a Zoom or a phone conversation with a finished product in front of me. And I know years ago, you and I were going through your return. I engage you into your return. This is your information. I'm taking it. And I'll never forget, without divulging numbers, your mortgage interest was up in this particular year and you were getting money back and you were happy. You're like, oh my God, I've never gotten money back. And your mortgage interest was higher than it was a year ago. And then I'm going through and looking, And I noticed that, well, what about, like, I'll just say, what about US Bank though? You had US Bank out there last year. Did you get rid of that? And you go, oh my gosh, no. Or yeah, I switched banks, and you went and you found another, what, $15,000, $20,000, something wild number, whatever it is, of interest. And we put that on your tax return, and you were like, Jim, thank you so much. We never would have discovered this. I failed to give it to you, Jim. You literally said, I failed to give it to you. I never would have thought about it if you didn't take the time to sit down and go through this with me. And then you had the sense to ask me about it. So everything was good. And that's the important thing. I tell you, people are leaving tens of thousands of dollars on the table if they're not sitting down with a professional discussing their taxes with what I call a 95% complete tax return.
And folks, I will tell you that is critically important. I know it is for me. I know it is for my family, that I have gotten the relationship built with Jim, but Jim makes it a point of his business to build that relationship where we have a Q&A 2 hours over my personal tax returns. And Jim will ask me on every line item as he goes through it, do you understand this? Do you agree with this? Does this make sense to you? And that's how you unearth these nuggets that are out there that the tax laws say, yes, you can take that, or no, you cannot take that. And I asked Jim a lot of questions, folks, where he's like, no, Tom, you cannot do that. I wouldn't know that if I didn't go to a professional like you, Jim.
And it's even reached into, I remember one year too, Tommy, you had a K1. I didn't prepare the K1 from a flow through company, had nothing to do with it, but I'm looking at it, scratching my head, and I go, hey, don't you guys do this? It had something to do with some domestic production credit or something. And you went, well, yeah. And I go, there's nothing on it. And you had to go back to your people and their accountant, and you got a corrected K1 that saved you money just by me looking at something that was prepared by somebody else, not required of me, not even in the realm of necessarily what I'm doing, but because I was paying attention and kind of looking at it and then thinking about it. And then suddenly I came up with a deduction that wasn't my responsibility or yours, but was the responsibility of another firm for a business you were involved with. And you got a corrected K1 and you got a bunch of money back. And I think we even amended a year or two. As a result, it was missed for a couple of years.
You are correct. Folks, we're going to switch gears just a slight bit here. We're not going to talk about my taxes anymore.
Well, they're good examples, though. It just happened to work out.
They're beautiful examples, and that's why I give your name out to everybody I know, Jim. But what would you say for the general population out there on what do they need to be doing to prepare for their taxes?
Well, the big thing this year, and so far it's gone really relatively well, is be sure and get your letters. And I believe the government's done a relatively good job of what we've seen so far. Did you get your economic stimulus checks last year? $1,400 per head. That was for husband, wife each, and your kid. And even if you were taking a college kid under age 24 as a dependent, you should have gotten $1,400 a head. So make sure that you have your letters, or you go back and look. And then if you didn't qualify for some reason, make sure you notate that to your accountant so they can look to see if you do qualify on your 2021 return. So those economic stimulus checks were designed to get them in your hands early. It's an actual tax credit that exists on your 2021 tax return. And if you didn't get all the money, you may qualify when they do your 2021 return, and you'll get the refund then. If for some reason you got those checks and then in 2021 your income was too high and you don't qualify, you do not have to pay it back. So it's money from heaven on stimulus checks. But there's another one that came out that's caused some consternation for people, and it's called the Early Child Tax Credit Advance. And starting in July, people were beginning to get $300 a month for a kid put in to their checking account automatically. Now, this was the craziest thing I've ever seen, because they just did it. You actually had to, with some consternation, go online and opt out of this. If you didn't want the money coming in, which we recommended to our customers, do not take the money early. Wait and see when we do your tax return. Nobody ever complains about getting $3,000 extra back as a tax credit that's refundable. But that particular credit, if you got money early and your income for some reason was too high in 2021, you would have to pay it back. So that one wasn't as good of an answer. So far, I haven't had anybody have to pay it back. A lot of people did call and tell them, shut this thing off. I don't want it. But they are sending out letters. And what they're doing is they're splitting it between husband and wife. So when you get your economic stimulus letter, it may say 1,400, and then they'll give your kids, they'll split your kids' economic stimulus, 700. So they'll look at 2,100 each. That's the economic stimulus. And then they're splitting the child credit between husband and wife. So if you got $1,500 in advance, 5 months of 300 on one kid, a husband will get a 750 and the wife will get a 750. That means you got 1,500 up front. The credit might be $3,000 and you'll get the other 1,500 refunded on your tax return. So make sure you have that information all dialed in. Last year, we had a heck of a headache. You wouldn't believe how many people couldn't remember whether they got $1,200 or $600 stimulus checks. And they were not sending out letters regularly to people. And so we were pulling our hair out. People were saying, I don't think I got it. I can't remember. They're going back to look in their bank account. And they sent it out 3 different ways: direct deposit, check in the mail, or I actually had a retired couple. They got a couple debit cards in the mail. They thought it was junk and shredded it. Good news is, after months of fighting with the IRS, they issued them a couple more debit cards. But they were retired. They had no idea. You would never think the government would send you a Visa card for $600, but that's how crazy things were.
And obviously, have your W-2s.
Oh, yeah.
Have your health insurance information.
Yep.
What
and
other
1099
things?
interest. 1099s, just so people understand, W-2s and stuff, everything should basically be out by the end of January. But if you're with Raymond James or Merrill Lynch or Charles Schwab and you got some investments, that stuff is supposed to be out by the middle of February. And then talk to your broker and make sure there's not a corrected statement coming. Corrected statements tend to come out in the first half of March. So they try to push this stuff out. Everybody goes, well, I didn't realize. I thought all 1099s had to be the end of January. Well, a few years back, they realized that there were so many corrected statements that they did push it out for the investment accounts to February 15th. So make sure you have your 1099s. And another thing is, I'm hearing from people is, if you have an HSA account, like I have one with Optin Bank, I don't get a statement in the mail from them anymore. You have to go online and pull off the report that shows what you contributed, and most importantly, a 1099 SA that shows what you took out for distributions. So you need to put that into your tax return. If people have 529 plans, to get the 1099 Qs, sometimes you have to go online to get that. It may not be just directly mailed to you, to be aware of that one. And another one
that's the college investment plan.
Yep, that's the college investment. What did we take out of a 529 plan? Because you have to reconcile that and show that you spent that money out of a 529 plan. And another one that routinely comes up, other than the 1099 Qs, is to be sure and like I said, ask your broker if there's going to be any corrected 1099s coming out. So hopefully you're just doing it once. And after your return is done, then, 2 weeks later, you got this corrected. And now it's like, do I have to amend my return because they changed something by 25 cents on a corrected 1099? So you want to be sure to be aware of that as well. So the HSA accounts, also, like I said, you got to go on for those.
Which are health savings accounts.
That's health savings accounts. Yep. Generally, you got to go online to get those. Oh, and then you got your college kid. 1098T tuition statements. The parents may be paying college. They're not getting that statement directly. You have to have your son or daughter go online to the University of Minnesota or LSC, Lake Superior College, go online and print out that 1098T that indicates what the tuition was and what they got for grants and scholarships. And don't forget to add to that, because generally 1098Ts do not include books. So books are part of the equation as to whether you qualify for any education credit, such as American Opportunity or Lifetime Learning Credit. Very important. So those are just a few things to be aware of as taxpayers out there. And then really critical planning point is dealing with your college children. If your kid is 18 and older and not in school at any part of the year, and they make over like $4,000, you can't claim them anymore. In other words, all of 21, my kid wasn't in school, had a decent job, mom and dad can't claim them. The flip side of that is your kid could be making $40,000 a year and in college and under age 24, mom and dad could still technically claim them. If they're a full-time student and under age 24, mom and dad can still claim them. So there's tremendous planning opportunities around college kids. Do not let your kid go off half-cocked. They worked at McDonald's, made their $6,000 and had $25 of federal withholding, and file their own tax return to get their $100 back and screw you up on your taxes. Just say, time out, we need to talk to our accountant. And what's really wild is last year and this year, we may want to cut some kids loose. There's an economic stimulus check sitting out there. And if a kid made enough money and parents aren't really benefiting on their return, it might make sense to cut that kid loose, and they're going to pick up a $1,400 stimulus check, and it makes no difference to mom and dad on their taxes. So there's just the key takeaway is kids in college, you should probably be talking to an advisor who knows taxation and look at the balance between the kid's income, what the tuition is, what the parents have going on, and who qualifies for what, and which way is the best way to go. Very important. Lots of dollars are lost if you're going to H&R Block and just getting your return done and not addressing children and what they're doing and their filing requirements. Hate to say it, but that requires face-to-face conversation. And I usually have to rephrase the question 2 or 3 times to get the correct answer out of the client. I mean, so they understand what I'm talking about. It's not an easy question to ask because they're like, well, they didn't go to school, or, oh, wait, well, no, they graduated from high school. Well, that counts as full time. If your kid had jettisons out of East on May 5th or June 1st or whatever, then they didn't go to school, you still can claim them that year. Even if they made $30,000 the second half of the year, you can still claim them. Whether it makes sense or not, you need to have a discussion.
Tell us about the continuing education courses that you and your staff have to take every year to keep up on all these tax laws.
Well, we have to take 40 hours a year as CPAs. That's required. And in our firm, it's mostly all in taxation, very different areas. Sometimes we're into estate or trusts, individual taxation, corporate taxation. And then, of course, CPAs, apparently somehow there was questions of whether we're ethical or not. Maybe that goes back to the days of Arthur Anderson and company, but every 3 years we're required to have 8 hours of ethics to make sure that we know what's ethical. So that's good. And that has to be part of that 120 hours every 3 years. You have to have 8 hours of ethics as a CPA. So we are held to high standards and high rigors to keep up in what we practice in. And that also goes to, like, people are in auditing and doing financial statements, 40 hours in anything that's public accounting related. But for our practice, because we're a small business consulting and individual and business tax practice, the bulk of ours is in taxation. So we're really on top of taxes.
Jim, a lot of people have 401ks. I know you can't give investment advice, but
Correct.
from a tax standpoint, what advice can you give to people on investing in their 401ks, on how that can help them from taxation?
That's a great question, Tom, and I'm really glad you asked it. And I'm having a lot of fatherly, if you will, conversations with the 20-somethings that come into us. And I get on my soapbox a little bit. But first off, just in principle, I would tell every listener out there, minimally, you should try to put 10% of your paycheck away into a 401k plan or 403b plan if you're at the hospital. That should be a principle that everybody has that's not negotiable. The reason for this is because it is so hard to save. And I call it saving to save. You're taking 10% off the top. It comes out of your check. The power is in it's out of sight, out of mind. Now, if you can do more, great. But at least do the 10% off the top because it's just so important. And otherwise, it never gets done. I told you when I moved up here, I was out of work. The mother of my children had the opportunity to get into the plan at St. Luke's in the first year. And I said, baby, what can you put away? She said 15%. She fell out of her chair. Her eyes rolled around the back of her head. She said, Jim, we're robbing Paul to pay Peter. We're not able to, make ends meet. You got very little money coming in. And I said, sweetie, if you don't do it, it'll never get done. I said, we got to take it off the top. Don't go into it. Don't touch it till 59 and a half. Leave it alone. And then the rest, I call it budgeting 101 made easy. That's off the top. What are you going to do next? You're going to make your house payment. You're going to make your car payment. You want to keep the lights on, and you're going to put some food in your belly. When you get down to discretionary dollars in entertainment, you can say, well, we don't have it, or we can eat macaroni and cheese and go to the movies, or we can get another job, or we can ask the boss for a raise, or I'm going to start a side business. But you're not sitting here paying for everything. And I'll tell you, every time when I was younger, and I see it with people across the board, you feel like you got a cool extra 5 hundos in your pocket. And the minute you think that, you get a phone call from headquarters saying, honey, the refrigerator broke. And there went that $500. So if you're trying to spend first and save second, it won't happen. As far as what to go in, if you're in the 10 or 12% bracket, tax-wise, you need to know what tax bracket you're in. No brainer. Absolutely do the Roth component of a 401k or 403b plan. That means you're not taking a tax deduction today and future earnings are tax-free. Everybody likes the sound of tax-free. The Roth is the best thing since sliced bread. I love it. As you move into the 22% bracket, the next bracket, it's a 10% jump. I would still look at least a 50-50 balance. Maybe you take half of your money and put it into the tax pre-tax, so you're harvesting a deduction for it today, and the other half into after-tax, the Roth. I love diversification of tax buckets. At the end of retirement, wouldn't it be nice to have a bucket that's tax-free? I can pull the money out if and when I want to. There are no required minimum distribution requirements. You can pass it to your kids income tax-free. It's got a lot of bells and whistles for giving up a 10 or 12% deduction today. The pre-tax, you get the deduction today, but it's all taxable when you pull it out. And if you pull it out early, there's a 10% penalty to boot. Now, COVID waived some of that. We had a lot of strategizing with people pulling out of some IRA money because they wanted to clean up some debt. And due to COVID, you didn't have to pay the 10% penalty, but you still paid federal and state tax, and you're still eroding your saving to save pot for retirement. But sometimes your back is against the wall and you have to make some maneuvers you didn't expect. So lots of planning opportunities as it involves these types of vehicles. But the most important is to put away something, and whether you know it or not, you're putting away a little each paycheck. If you get paid, 26 checks a month, you get paid every 2 weeks, whether you get paid twice a month or weekly, you're always putting a little bit in, so you're getting true dollar cost averaging. And what that means to people is, today the market's at a high. You might say, well, I don't want to jump in now. I'm expecting a crash. Well, if you've got 10, 15, 20, 30 years till retirement, go in now. Yeah, the next time the market went down a little, you're buying in again with another contribution. Every check you're putting in a contribution. So you're constantly buying high and low at little increments, but over the long run, you're going to have a trajectory that you should be able to realize a 10 to 13% return on your money in the long run. So you don't have to watch the market too closely as you're putting in X amount per paycheck. But then that being said, taxpayers that are in their later 50s, you better be looking at that really hard right now and determining what your asset mix is. I'm not an investment advisor, but the market's at an all-time high, and we have a lot of stuff going on, not just in our country, but in the world, and we're becoming more and more of a world economy that this market could tank. And if you don't think so, just go back to 2008. I can't tell you how many people in their late 50s and early 60s were across my desk and go, I'm thinking about pulling the plug pretty soon. I got a cool $500,000, a cool mill put away. My account's looking good. Boom, boom, boom. And overnight, damn near, the market tanked 40%. And I can tell you, and anybody that's been through it will verify this with you, it took all the way till 2016 before those people, needless to say, lost 40%. They weren't paying attention to their 401k or 403b. They weren't paying attention to the asset mix. They got a pile of money in there because they did the right thing since they were young, but 40% disappeared. That combined with needing to pick up the health insurance bill till you can get on Medicare. They didn't retire. In 2016, some of these same people came back and said, my account value is now back to where it was in 2008 with me continuing to work and contribute. So their account had not fully market recovered till probably 2018. And then, of course, when we had Trump come in the office, Obama, Trump transition, the market was at 19,000 in the Dow. Now we're up around 35. And then don't get smug, because if you remember a year ago, that market overnight damn near tanked down to 19,000. What nobody saw was an immediate vector back up. But it kind of indicates stability isn't real great, and you're close to retirement. You need to review your asset mix and how much risk do you want to take and how much risk you have out there. Really need to emphasize that. Super important for people that are approaching retirement.
Jim, great advice. Let's talk. A lot of people want to be entrepreneurs like yourself. And somebody has a great idea. They have a small business that's more of a hobby, and they want to turn this into an actual business. We have all of these categories we can do. We can be a sole proprietor. We can form an LLC. We can form an S corporation. We can form a C corporation. For somebody small and starting out and starting to build, from a tax liability standpoint, Jim, what do you recommend people look at and start with? Because you have 4 options here that I just rattled off that can be very confusing.
Absolutely. They're not only very confusing, but they have very different outcomes. For most very small people, if you're testing the waters, you're not necessarily sure if you're all in. The LLC is fantastic. First of all, most people start out as what's called a sole proprietor, and you file a Schedule C, which is part of your personal tax return. I like the acronym KISS, keep it simple, stupid. I don't anticipate payroll. I may not even have to collect sales tax. I'm going to do a little carpentry work on the side. I'm going to do, some lawn mowing or whatever it is you're going to do. You can file a Schedule C, keep track of your income, your expenses, net profit or loss is part of your personal return through a Schedule C. Now, do I want some corporate liability protection? There's never any substitute for good insurance. So when you start your own business, you always should have a conversation with your insurance man out there to make sure that you have proper coverage for what it is you're doing. And whether you're operating out of your home or you're renting some space somewhere to do something, If you're in the professional world, we have what's called errors and omissions assurance for realtors and CPAs and attorneys. For doctors, they have what's called malpractice insurance. So there's all kinds of insurances. And then the slip and fall, I got a rental property, somebody slips and falls. The LLC is an easy 5-question thing you can do online. I recommend to everybody, if you're going to incorporate, it's not a bad idea to hire an attorney to help you with it, because I'm thinking more in the future, if things change and you want to bring in another owner or partner, to have an attorney on board that has business law experience is a valuable asset. As you start your own business, you need to build your own board of directors, professional team. It should consist of a good insurance person. You need a good banker that understands small business banking. You want to have a good accountant on board with you. And you want to have a good attorney on board with you. And then maybe even an investment advisor as well, as you start to accumulate money and maybe you can put away. So you need a team of people, trusted advisors that can help guide and mentor you as your business grows. But an LLC is very simple. You can do it yourself. And then you have legal liability protection, assuming you don't commingle personal funds with business funds like a lot of small operators do. Again, you file a Schedule C sole proprietor. Partnerships are definitely I'm going to give you a couple broad brush things, very broad. Partnerships are great for real estate deals. You want to be taxed as a partnership, you can form an LLC, but if you have 2 or more members, by default, you would file a partnership tax return as an LLC. And so for taxes, you file Form 1065. Partnerships give a lot of flexibility in profit and loss sharing and in ownership percentages. You can change things around, and I'll just leave it that they work great for real estate. If you have an ordinary trade or business where we're going to have bottom line profit from our work, and we're either selling widgets or we're manufacturing or we're providing services, generally my entity of choice, if we can pay ourselves and have profit left over, would be an S corporation. The S corp works great for an ordinary trade or business. And when you're a small business starting up, at first, you might have a loss in the first year. Single member LLC, we're on a Schedule C. We take a loss for a year or two, we're building it up. All of a sudden, we start hitting 30,000 a profit. Now you're starting to hit what might be a reasonable salary. We start talking about, we can always switch an LLC to be taxed as an S corp later. So the LLC gives you the ability to make an S election later. The advantage of the S election is, and when I would make it immediately for a business starting, is if somebody came into me, Tom, Joe comes in and says, Jim, I'm starting this business. After I write off everything I can think of, including the kitchen sink, I'm going to have $100,000 left over. How do I best take it? I would say, let's go S corp right out of the box. We're going to set you up. You need to take a reasonable salary. Maybe we dial your salary in at $40,000. Then we have 60,000 of profit flow through. That 60 grand of profit, which you could take out as shareholder distributions, is taxed at federal and state rates, but not self-employment tax. If we leave the whole 100 grand in the single member LLC, we're going to pay 15.3% self-employment tax on top of that federal and state tax. So there's an opportunity to save some FICA taxes, but you have to have reasonable compensation. And of course, you have your corporate veil protection. You can bring in another shareholder, but everything's relegated in a S corp by shareholder percentage. You can't have unequal profit and loss sharing percentages like you can in a partnership. If we're 50-50 and I'm going to take out a shareholder distribution, Tom, for 10 grand, I got to give you 10 grand too. In a partnership, I could take out 10 grand and give you nothing, and that's okay, depending on how the partnership is set up. So those are some broad brush. C corps are kind of a dinosaur. Really don't have very many C corps left anymore. Everything's passed through entity. That's not to say that a C corp might not work out well for someone. And also because of the fact that the top rate is 21%, Although the Build Back Better bill that was presented by Biden, they were trying to raise that up to 25%. When would you want to be a C Corp? If you were a manufacturing company, you were going into, say, manufacturing would be a great example. We're equipment intensive, we're inventory intensive. We don't need every dime out of the company. We're not taking out every dime. As a matter of fact, we want to plow money back into the company and be debt free and have a pile of inventory and equipment that's bought and paid for. A C Corp might work well. Owners can pull out a salary. They leave the rest of the money in, and if the owner brackets are above 21%, which could be a 22% or higher, it might make sense to leave the money in the C Corp and pay at the corporate level. So a C Corp pays at the corporate level, but the only way you can get money out is salary. If you take out a dividend like you do in an S Corp, it's double taxation. Dividends are not deductible to the company and their income to you. For example, a lot of people own Elite, formerly Minnesota Power stock, and they love those dividend statements. Well, you pay taxes as an individual on the dividend, and that company does not deduct that dividend.
Perfect, Jim. Hey, we're going to briefly switch gears here. We're going to go personal on you. This has been amazing information. Our listeners, you just got an education for free here in the last hour. But Jim, a couple quick questions on our packed question segment. This is all about you. Your favorite activity or hobby outside of work?
I gotta say right now in the winter, it's been snowmobiling. We had the opportunity to do some serious deep powder snowmobiling last Saturday. Of course, I'm old, so I'm sitting behind letting everybody else go through the waist deep snow. But it was super fun to watch my son and my future son-in-law on a couple of mountain sleds, literally ripping up Brimson in 6 feet of snow. Just unbelievable. I mean, and flying through the snow. I do love snowmobiling a lot. It's great to get out and enjoy the winter activity.
And Jim, what is your favorite band?
Wow, one of my favorite bands is kind of old time, but still relevant today, and the young kids even are catching on. I would have to say Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. And when you say band, they are truly that. There's not smoke and mirrors. There's not a whole bunch of flashy stuff and half naked dancing going on. The boss comes out with Miami Steve, Clarence Clemens' son or whatever on the sax, and they just blow you away for 3.5 hours. It's not an hour and a half concert. It's a workout, and it's 3.5 hours of old time. I mean, the songs are amazing. And what's really cool is the boss is still relevant today. So definitely I would have to say Springsteen and the E Street Band, favorite band. I have many others, but that one is one of the top. And I've gotten to see him a number of times in concert.
Well, you're a pretty blessed guy. And the last pack question is, what is the best piece of advice you have ever received?
I think one of the best pieces of advice I've ever received is to always be true. Be true to yourself, be true to others, which means be honest and be trustworthy. If you keep your integrity, that's all you have. In reality, you can talk about money and property and houses and everything else, all the material goods in the world. But as you and I well know, Tom, we unfortunately at that age where we've had a chance to be at a funeral or two, and nobody talks about that stuff. They talk about what manner of person were you. And if you're an integrous person, you're kind, you're true to yourself, you're true to others, that's the best advice I got. And you can sleep at night. You know, piddling around and penny ante stuff, it's just not worth it. You know, be honest, be straightforward, be the type of person that your handshake means something, be the type of person that your word means something.
Jim, we all thank you so much for being here. Our special guest today has been Jim Hacking, the owner of James Hacking and Associates CPA. He has given us one heck of an education. Jim, thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me on board, Tom. And if any of your listeners should have a follow-up question, there's no charge for them to give me a call too. I've done a lot of free advice to people. I'm happy to sit down and see what they got going on. If you do your own, I've been able to help some people and tell them, please keep doing your own. You know where I'm at. Come and see me again.
And how do they find you?
They can call us at 218-727-6887. And quite simply, we're located on the 5th floor of the Selwood building. Western Bank is on our ground floor. We're on the 5th floor of where Western Bank is on 2nd Avenue West and Superior Street. 5th floor and a hall, you're there.
Jim, thanks so much. And folks, until next time, unplug from the indoors and recharge in the outdoors. The outdoors, the outdoors, the outdoors, the outdoors. Hey, everybody, this is Tom Siga from Duluth Pack, and this is the Duluth Pack podcast, Leader of the Pack. Our special guest today is Jim Vinosky, Forbes contributor and host of Manufacturing Talks podcast. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you, Tom. Great to be here. Great to see you again.
Yeah, it's great to see you. And Jim has really become a friend of ours, and we've gotten to know him over the last couple of years. And so this will be a lot of fun today because, you know, when you know somebody and you know their passions, it sure makes this easy and makes it a heck of a lot of fun. So, Jim, let's start at the beginning. You obviously worked 30 years in industry. We're going to talk all about that. But tell us a little about Jim Vinosky, where you grew up, went to school, all of those great things.
Sure thing. Yeah. So where I grew up is not far from where you are now, 100 miles away in Ironwood, Michigan, in the Upper Peninsula, right there on the border of Wisconsin. So, yeah, the house I grew up in was like a mile from the Wisconsin border. A lot of people don't even realize that's part of Michigan up there, as not as close to the lake as you are, about 18 miles off Lake Superior and, you know, out in the boonies. So
Youpers.
I was a Youper. My dad worked in the forest industry. He was with the U.S. Forest Service his whole career. So we were out in the outdoors all the time and doing all the fun stuff up there in the Michigan wilds.
So all the people that are listening, tell people in that part of the world how much snow you actually do get, because you're in the snow belt of the Great Lakes, right. And I mean, beautiful skiing area, beautiful snowmobiling area, beautiful snowshoeing area for people who absolutely love winter. Tell people how much snow you actually get, because it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, and it was even more mind-boggling when I was growing up. The winters were a little tougher. It was an average of 200 inches a year there in Ironwood. And, you know, the snow would start falling typically in October. It would definitely be, you know, everyone was praying for it to be on the ground thick by Thanksgiving, so the ski hills would do well early in the season. And then, you know, my birthday is April 24th, and there's many birthdays I remember there still being snow on the ground.
That's crazy, because people who aren't used to the snow, and we have people who listen to the podcast from areas where they get no snow. Right. We're talking about up to 17 feet of snow a year. Yep. And tunnels, I mean, literal tunnels where people are snow blowing out of the house, and you'll see where they'll put plywood over it so they don't have to snow blow the sidewalks anymore once it gets above their heads. Yeah. We're talking about large snowbanks and really cool country and beautifully white, all just pristine white all winter.
It's a great place if you like winter, if you like winter sports, which I did. Interestingly, I was never a skier, and that's one of the premier kind of Midwestern ski areas. But I did cross-country skiing, snowshoeing. We'd do hikes in the winter. We got our own Christmas tree. So, yeah, the winter wonderland for sure.
Oh, it's great stuff.
Yep.
So you went to school there. Then tell us about college.
Yeah. So that's an interesting story too, because I went to college in Memphis, Tennessee. So to give you the quick background there, when I went to grade school and high school, it was at Ironwood Catholic schools, which, as you might imagine, in a small remote town, the Catholic schools not real big. I think my graduating class in high school was 19, if I remember correctly.
I'm assuming you knew everybody in your graduating class.
I did, yes. And so the priest of our parish was also the guidance counselor for our school, and he had grown up with a guy in the Twin Cities who became Brother Theodore Drummond, president of Christian Brothers University in Memphis. And so knowing that, we were in this small school in a small town, it was actually my next older brother before me. He was going into electrical engineering, and this priest knew the school down in Memphis, knew it had a good engineering program. So he said, look, it's a small school. It gets you somewhere different. So you get to experience some different things, but it keeps you in a small setting. So it's not so overwhelming like if you went to, Michigan State or something like that. And so my brother looked at it, liked it. He went down there 2 years later, kind of the same talk with me, and I was going into mechanical engineering. So off to Memphis I went.
Wow. Big change for winter down
Very,
there.
right.
Well, even probably a bigger change in the summer for you.
So that's the truth.
So you went into engineering.
Yep.
You graduate college. What's next?
Yeah. So I went into engineering in part because I had already gotten into serious bicycling when I was, I think I started in my early teens. Now up there was no racing. I was really the only one who knew about such things in Ironwood at the time, but I got into, some high-end bicycles, and being not from a wealthy background, got into also doing all my own maintenance and things like that. Really took a liking to the mechanical end of things. That's actually part of why I went into mechanical engineering. And it's what I was thinking is, getting into something like that coming out. As I went through school, then I realized, manufacturing is this huge place with all kinds of cool things going on. So when I graduated, I just interviewed with all the companies that I could find that were kind of down in the area. I wound up going into chemicals for my first job. So I went down farther south into rural Mississippi and went to work for a chemical company down there.
Really? So what were you doing for them?
Project engineer. And so it was installing new capital projects, whether it's new equipment or additions to existing equipment. And, this was a big place with outdoor reaction units, stuff I'd never even imagined before in my life, making PVC. And so it's this reactive process in these big, huge batch reactors with big, huge pumps and heat exchangers and all these control systems that ran them. And so just learning that whole, chemical industrial world, it was definitely a continuation of the schooling. Let's put it that way.
Sure, I bet you that was quite the learning curve. So,
Oh, yeah.
so I know you were in the plastic, and then you were also in paint industry. Was this with the same company then, or different division because of chemicals, or?
It wasn't. I wound up working in chemicals for 4 years. Even though I was from a rural background myself, I really, having had that time in Memphis, wanted to go and have a little more opportunity for, some active lifestyle, and wound up moving back to Memphis and went to work for paints and coatings company just outside Memphis.
And so you were back in Memphis, and how long were you doing that?
Not very long. They brought me on also to do projects, and it was kind of built around this new system that they intended to install. Pretty high dollar project. Not long after I got there, the project was canceled because they were owned by a company called Kodak. They got into some money trouble, and so the capital went away. I did some smaller things for about a year and a half, but just wasn't the challenge I was looking for. So went to another Memphis company, and that's really where I started more into the food end of things. It was a food ingredients company.
So who was that?
It's called Protein Technologies. It was part of Ralston Purina at the time.
Okay. And so you were in the ingredient part of the food industry?
Yeah. So we did soy protein.
Okay.
Processed soybean flour basically, and extracted the protein and made this purified series of purified protein powders for food and beverage.
And then this was sold to multiple industries. How does that work then?
Yeah, so it was any food company that was formulating with that soy protein, we would be a supplier to them.
Give us an idea of what kind of foodstuffs would take a soy protein like that.
So it could be anything from baby food to meat substitutes to energy drinks, protein drinks.
And how long were you involved in doing that?
About 4 years there too.
Okay. And now the one that really intrigues me is bourbon.
Yeah. Well, that was a lot of years later. That was actually my role previous to what I'm doing now. And I spent a good number of years in between at General Mills. That's about half my career.
Okay.
And so I jumped from food ingredients to food and beverage proper, kind of split my time. And it was almost 16 years with General Mills, about evenly split between Yoplait yogurt and then Big G cereals.
Okay, big Midwestern company.
Oh yeah, yep. And in fact, my first role with them was back up in Michigan, not too far from where I live now, yogurt plant in Reed City, Michigan. So almost like going home, even though it's quite a distance from where I live there to where I grew up.
Sure.
But
and then you had this bourbon thing. I'm interested in this.
So I worked my way up through the ranks at General Mills and reached a point where wanted something more and wasn't getting it, and decided to do something different and started casting the net. I mentioned that first role in Reed City, Michigan. One of my best friends that I kept up with, even though we parted ways fairly quickly within the first couple of years I was with the company, he went one direction and I went in another. But he had left the company a few years before and was one of the executives at this alcohol company that is actually headquartered in Atchison, Kansas, that had just bought a huge former Seagram's plant in Southeast Indiana, right outside Cincinnati, and knew he wanted someone to come in and run that for him. So he knew I was looking, and he gave me a call one day and said, "Why don't you meet me down in Cincinnati and we'll go take a look at this place and see if you want to run it." And I did, and one thing led to another, and off I went to make bourbon.
So tell us about making bourbon. I selfishly am just interested in what goes into making bourbon.
Yeah, so fortunately, while I had no experience in the alcohol world, professionally, I was a home brewer for a few years, right around the time I moved to Memphis. And that's how you start. Obviously beer, you're using primarily barley, but to make bourbon, you're using corn. And so you ferment a corn mixture and you get, it's beer. It's not any beer you'd want to drink by itself, but you're making a beer, and then you put that through distillation processes to purify, pull out the alcohol, and then you put the alcohol in these particular barrels, very specific, has to be a white oak barrel, charred. And then you store the barrel in a warehouse for several years, 5, 6, however many years you want to age the bourbon, and
and then you bottle it.
Yep.
Yeah. So do you have a favorite bourbon now that you made it?
I don't. It's funny. As I said, I was a beer drinker, and I think the main thing I learned being in the bourbon industry is I have no business drinking bourbon. I did get to enjoy more bourbons than I could possibly name. If I was to throw out my favorite, actually one of my favorites was one that company made. Now, the company I worked for at the time had no brands of its own. It was also a contract producer. And one of the businesses at that time that they were supporting was Bullet. So we made Bullet Rye, and that was absolutely one of my favorites.
No kidding. Yep. So, in making bourbon, and what I've learned in just talking to people over the years, that's a long time. If you're aging something 3 years, 5 years, 6, 8 years, before you make your money back, there's a long time. So
that's right.
And a lot of those distilleries also made some clear liquors for the fact that those they can make and sell right away, and they could, turn some profits so they could, survive into the 5, 6, 8 years of the aging process of some of the brown, brown alcohol. Did you guys only make brown?
So no, that's really interesting. What you said is exactly right. And a lot of your craft brewers will make a vodka or a gin for that immediate return. Great way to approach the business while you're kind of funding your bourbon making as well. This place did that as well, but the reason for that was because it was a site for Seagram's that made all the components for Seagram's 7 Crown, which includes white ingredients. So basically pure grain alcohol. And so it was set up to make that variety of products. And then after Seagram's went kaput, it was owned by several different companies that then made, instead of making those for a single product, split them out, and they were different products that they sold to other companies, as a vodka, introduced the gin making and then the bourbon separately.
A way to keep cash flow going and keep your business thriving while you're waiting for obviously for the aged brown to do its thing.
Yep, exactly.
So, Jim, one of the big key words in any industry, and you obviously in being a contributor to Forbes and a writer and having a podcast on industry now, is we're all hearing about supply chain. And I know you and I had a conversation about that recently. Mm-hmm. And for those that don't know, can you give us an overview on how the supply chain differences can be from one industry to another, and how you had to deal with some of that during your career, whether it was in the chemical industry, in the paint industry, the food industry, mm-hmm. the ingredient industry, the finished food industry, or the alcohol industry? Yeah.
Supply chain is sometimes a good term, but it kind of implies this linear path. And I prefer supply network because, number one, even for a single ingredient or material, you could have multiple suppliers in multiple different places. You might only be using one, or you might be using multiple ones at a time to try to get the best price, or to, make your supply situation more resilient. And so I like to look at it less as a chain and more as a plate of spaghetti, because it's this intertwining morass of different things going different places, and when it's well designed, all coming together to make that final product. And so huge differences from business to business and industry to industry. Think about that chemical world. A lot of those companies are vertically integrated, and so you might have a chemical company that's sourcing its hydrocarbons and then doing all the different steps itself through the process to get even to final products. Whereas, like at General Mills, we had different suppliers all over the world, and those suppliers are coming together at a specific General Mills site. We don't own any of those suppliers. It's all outside firms that are selling to us, and then we're producing that final product and then shipping it on to our customers, which are actually the retailers, and then our consumers, who are their customers, who buy the things at the grocery stores. And so when we talk about supply chain as this kind of, common thing, it's not common at all. It looks different everywhere you go, as you know yourself, very different piece for what you guys do too. And so that to me is one of the big challenges in understanding some of the current difficulties is, what is it that's hitting any given business, and what's the root cause? And I think the unusual thing right now is you have these crunches in multiple places all at the same time. So it's hitting a lot more suppliers. Think about like the oil crunch in the 1970s. It was only oil, and it had impact beyond that because prices were crazy, but it wasn't impacting other businesses directly. Where now, heck, I ordered a pool table in March. It's only now found out today it's coming for delivery. So this stuff's just nuts with the delays and the difficulties in getting materials.
And I think you can probably consider yourself lucky that it was
Oh, I know.
only 6-8 months.
I know, that's right.
Where
We
a
were
couple of
talking
years,
about whether we'd ever get it.
a couple of years ago, you would have probably said, "What do you mean 8 months? I want this
Right.
thing in under 8 weeks, and
Yep.
and not 8 months." And we're hearing on TV. So you're the layman out there, and you're not in manufacturing like you are, Jim. That supply chain, and everyone thinks it's the ports and it's not enough trains, or not, the ships are stuck out there. That's kind of getting toward the end user part of
Right.
it. But
Yep.
there's a whole nother supply chain, like you said, the plate of spaghetti that goes into the manufacturing before a finished product is even being made.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, think about the chip situation that's gotten so much airplay, especially as it impacts, my home state's world with the auto industry. And that's a whole other set of suppliers and producers that are impacted before you ever think about making a car, right? The little tiny chips, one little rounding error on what the whole car is, but it's literally holding up the whole production of cars for America.
It might as well be a tire shortage where you can't put the tires on them, because that little chip is holding it up just like any other component that literally you have to have in order for that vehicle. And I mean, it's crazy, because you think of the automotive industry, or you think of maybe the food industry. I know our industry, we've had to think way ahead and place purchase orders a year in advance for raw materials to make sure we have them, because you can't make something if you don't have all your raw materials. And right now there's labor shortages. So I think that's impacting everybody. And you've been in that your whole career, obviously. What would you say, Jim, is your favorite part of being involved in this manufacturing industry as a whole? And you get to touch so many people now with your writing and with your podcast. What's your favorite part of this whole thing?
My favorite thing is I just treasure the people who are in this world, because as I have taken to saying, unlike so many other businesses, in manufacturing, there's no hiding. You're either making a product that you're providing to someone when they need it at a price that's good for them and that makes you a profit, or you're going out of business. And, not to disparage anyone in the rest of the world, but that to me puts this kind of special burden on people where they have to deliver the goods, and there's no fooling. You're either delivering the goods or you're not. And so, as I've spent all these years in manufacturing and been in situations where, things got difficult, or we needed to do something fast that was unexpected, and you just see people who will step up and just do anything it takes to get the job done and to get those products made and out to their customers and keep everyone along the way happy. It's just a special group of people that it's just been my absolute honor to be part of.
Oh, that is absolutely awesome. And people are what makes it go. I have to agree with you. People are what make it happen. And I know you and I are huge advocates of American manufacturing. We look at your whole history, and everything was in American manufacturing. I know it's important to you.
Absolutely. Yeah. And my hope is that one of the silver linings with all the difficulties, both with COVID and with the, somewhat related and somewhat not supply chain situation, is that we'll have an honest reckoning around, geez, maybe it wasn't such a good idea to send so much of our production overseas all these years, and bring some of this back. I'm not saying we never buy from anyone overseas. I believe in trade with other countries, and I believe in the power that brings to lift other nations that haven't been as fortunate as the U.S. and bring them up in the economic standing. But at the same time, to bankrupt our small towns and to just destroy whole cultures because you're chasing this absolute bottom dollar price out there in the world market, and then you suddenly find out, I've stretched it way too thin and made it so tenuous that all of a sudden my business is at risk because something bad happened. It wouldn't have gone that way if we kept a good chunk of that on our shores.
Oh, hallelujah. I think you knew that was coming from me. So,
Right.
Jim, you had some awesome positions working in industry and working multiple different levels of manufacturing and industry making things.
Yep.
How did those positions align you or set you up for success to now work with Forbes? I mean, come on, Forbes is a big deal when it comes to industry and it comes to business and references for all of us who are out in business. And now you're a contributing writer about industry and manufacturing to it. How did those jobs set you up for success there?
So my whole career of doing all that stuff is what gave me the expertise and the credibility and the broad scope of knowledge to be able to write about the things and write about what are sometimes some difficult topics and put it into a message that's more broadly understandable by it's what I'm writing for is the general business community, not the manufacturing community. And so non-specialists understanding what I'm writing about, regardless of the difficulty of the topic. Obviously, I had some great education years ago in writing, and I've always been a writer, just never pursuing it professionally. I've written for internal company publications, for trade journals, for all kinds of different things. And I always say the Forbes thing was entirely the hand of God. It wasn't anything that I necessarily targeted as this is something I want to do someday. It was, I got big on LinkedIn with just being an advocate from my own experience for manufacturing and kind of putting out there what my views were. And one day I get on LinkedIn and one of my contacts shared a post from one of his contacts saying, I need someone to write magazine length articles about manufacturing. I thought, well, I can do that, right? So I sent the woman a note and she emailed me back within an hour and she said, I've looked at your stuff on LinkedIn and it looks fabulous to me. So I'm copying so-and-so at Forbes and you two take it from here. And my immediate thought was, well, okay, Forbes, that's not happening. There's no way.
That's kind of a big, Jim, you're a big deal.
Well, it was funny because before I could even shoot off a note to that contact that she had copied, I got a note from her and she's my editor now. And she said, okay, I looked at the stuff you have, but get me some samples that are more, along the lines of the specific kind of article we're talking about. So I took some of the trade journal pieces I'd written a few years ago and sent those off and we got on the phone. And it was within a week or two, we're on the phone and she says, yeah, everything looks great. I'm sending you a contract. And I remember walking in the house that night and talking to my wife. I think I'm going to be writing for Forbes. It's still just not really getting through until that contract actually showed up and was signed. And 3 years ago. And it's 200 plus articles along the way. And here we are today.
Well, you just stole my thunder because that was my next question. 200 articles on your third anniversary,
Yep.
Being a Forbes contributor. Congratulations, first
Thank
of all,
you.
on that. That is pretty cool. But tell us, Forbes contributor, tell us what that really entitles, what that means.
Well, so what it means is I am working in a specific business area providing content to Forbes. So I'm kind of an independent contractor who is under contract to Forbes to supply a certain number of articles every month, of a certain length. And there's obviously, all the writer's guides and editorial standards that were shared up front. And so it's just providing them content from my own area of expertise, but again, targeting that general business reader that they have as their customer.
So give us an example of some of the companies that you have covered. And then with those companies, we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the topics.
Yep. Well, of course, two of my favorites were Duluth Pack and Spring Break Manufacturing.
Oh boy, flattery will get you everywhere around here.
And we should talk about those two for sure. But to tee that up initially, go to your the point of your question. It's been everything from one of our common friends is the folks over at Stormy Cromer. They were one of my earliest articles, and it was because they're right there in my hometown of Ironwood. But knowing the story that the Jackwards had, the fabric shop that goes back, into the mid 1900s, and then coming through with Bob Jackward building that into this more global business and doing all kinds of crazy stuff in fabrics, and then getting the opportunity to buy the Stormy Cromer name and bring that product back from the brink, which is a story you've experienced personally as well. That to me is just one of the kind of quintessential tales of what American manufacturers do is, find that opportunity and put in the hard work and get a good team and deliver the goods. So it's little companies like what Bob and Gina have there in Ironwood, all the way up to, I went out and visited GM Defense a couple months ago and drove the infantry squad vehicle and wrote about them bringing back their defense arm because of the realization that, so they'd been in defense, even going back to World War I, and then got out of it in the early 2000s, brought it back because they said, we see a problem in how defense supply works and we think we can help fix it. So it's both, providing a needed product to our war fighters, but it's also, we can't take forever and a day to develop these defense vehicles or products and then have them canceled at the last minute. Let's turn this around and get that development world accelerated and really focus it on delivering value at a good price and taking care of our people who are paying for that as well, the taxpayers. So
The taxpayer,
just give them all
right.
kinds of credit.
Nice. And give us some of your favorite topics that you've been able to. I know you love manufacturing and it gets
Right.
you excited, and you're an engineer, so you want to learn, because we've had this discussion before that everywhere you go into, it's like, oh, that's new, and it's like a shiny light. We got to go check this out. You're an engineer and you want to see how it works and all that.
Yep.
Tell us some of your the if you would, the most fun you've had when you've dug into an article with a company on what they make and just some neat stories and experiences you've had that we as the regular person out here may never think about.
Yeah. Well, so I'll give you a couple. One, definitely, it goes back to what I mentioned earlier, being a lifelong cyclist. And it was one that I thought, these guys would be really cool to learn more about and cover. So I got in touch with the people at SRAM, the bicycle components manufacturer headquartered in Chicago. They make Zip wheels, they make Avid brakes, Truvative components, in addition to their own SRAM drivetrain components. They own rock shocks, things that people know about by themselves, but don't realize necessarily they're under this umbrella of these guys in Chicago. So I rarely get to go visit the people I write about because, number one, obviously it'd be a heck of a lot of travel, but number two, it just wouldn't make sense. It's stuff I can easily cover from afar. But since they're not that far away, I went down to the headquarters in Chicago and met with those guys and learned all about how they'd come from, this group of triathletes back in the 1980s who came up with a new way of shifting and tried to sell it into the road bike world, and it didn't really take off. And then mountain biking came along and their grip shift just went nuts there. And they grew both by, growing their own business on that, adding their own products, but then buying these other companies. And it's just phenomenal. So getting to dig into that hobby aspect, the thing, like I said earlier, it's what got me into mechanical engineering and what got me into manufacturing was that love of bicycling and the mechanical aspects. So learning all about what they do and how they do it, and getting to ride with one of their guys on a like $11,000 Pinarello with electronic shifting along the lakeshore of Lake Michigan. That was pretty cool.
You didn't break it, did you?
I did not. Thank
Okay.
goodness. No, I delivered it back in one piece. Thank God. So that one was really neat. The other one, and it's actually related because we did a story with SRAM with these guys, but I've done a series of articles with Autodesk. So Autodesk, if you're not familiar, has all kinds of different design and scheduling tools. They started with their flagship product back in the 1980s called AutoCAD, one of the earliest, and today now the most successful computer-aided design program out there. And I remember at my first job going for training on AutoCAD when we were going away from the guys on the drafting tables doing mechanical drawings by hand and finally coming into the computer world.
Boy,
And
in those days, pretty rudimentary back in those days too.
Yeah, that's how far back I go. And now, yeah, the things you can do, not just in bringing what was done back then into the computer, but now, 3D design, and there's a thing called generative design where you don't even do the drawing, you put in parameters, and it's an AI application that then generates, thousands of different iterations and hands you like top 5 solutions to what you want to design, and gives you that drawing automatically. And so, I did some work with them on stuff like Hyundai's doing these super mobile off-road vehicles, like a combination of wheels and legs that they're designing. And so they're using Autodesk tools for that. I did a thing on a company that Autodesk invested in called Factory OS, where they're doing modular construction. You think about what that typically means is like, trailer homes, but it's not that. It's doing things in a factory for construction that are then transported to a site and assembled. So, you're industrializing part of the process and making it that much more efficient. So they did this series of articles with Autodesk, and then some stuff farther afield, like Leica Studios, the stop motion studio. They use Autodesk tools for scheduling and for design of puppets or whatever that they use to do their stop motion animation. And so, yeah, stuff you'd never think that this company that came out of the industrial world would be doing. And then I wrapped it up just a couple of weeks ago with an article about Autodesk proper and kind of where they've been and where they see their business going.
Wow, that's fascinating when you think about the artificial intelligence and how you just put in the parameters and it starts spitting out designs for maybe thousands of designs, and you're saying, but I want the 5 best ones, and the artificial intelligence is going to figure that out for you. That is crazy.
Well, and the other cool thing too, one area that I've written quite a bit about is 3D printing. And so you can also input what your production method is going to be, or methods. And what the tie back to SRAM is Autodesk and SRAM partnered up to reimagine the bicycle crank arm. So that arm that's on the axle down at the bottom that, comes out and then goes down to your pedal, and you turn that to turn the chain. That's a piece that no one's really ever put a lot of work into. They've certainly done some lightweighting, taking material out of it, but they put that through generative design and came up with these just crazy crank arm designs. So like one that looks like a lattice, one that looks like a structural truss, and just stuff that you couldn't even have made years ago. Some of it's 3D printing, some of it's advanced CNC, computerized numerical control, machining.
That's a question I have, Jim, is they can take it from that design then and plug it into a 3D printer and make their first rendition?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So what the computer hands you as the design, it's a file that can go straight to either a 3D printer or even a CNC machine, and it's just makes the part.
So you can put in parameters such as the strength parameters you feel you need so that it doesn't start making things too lightweight that are going to break or have a failure.
Yeah. Think about the crank arm. Obviously, it's got to be able to take the load that you're putting on it with your legs. It has to be able to handle like shocks to itself, like especially mountain biking, you run into a big rock with your pedal. The crank arm has to handle that load. So you put those loads in. It has size limitations. You don't want it hitting your ankle. And so you put those size limitations in. Sometimes it's material limitations. Again, method of production, all of that goes in. And yeah, then the computer does its work and gives you options that solve your problem.
Why didn't we think of that, right?
I'm just a mechanical engineer.
Well, a heck of a good writer, because you have almost 1 million page views in 3 years of your posted articles.
Yeah.
And what kind of stress as you go, and now you have 200 plus articles, 1 million page views, 3 years under your belt. How do you keep creative, and how stressful is it to find new and interesting topics to write about?
Well, that was actually one of the first things I worried about going into it is, geez, how am I going to come up with ideas to keep this going over time? What I found out very quickly, though, is there are people professionally focused on that. So PR people that I'm sure you work with as well, who are out there kind of beating the bushes to get their products, their companies' publicity. And so I get pitches from PR people all the time. And those, I mean, it's phenomenal because it's, 10 times what I could ever write about. I don't even want to tell you how my inbox suffers from all that, but
Sure.
But that's great. And the cool thing about that is I get ideas for things I never would have thought about. I mean, who would know that Hyundai's doing that crazy vehicle with Autodesk? So that came from one of those folks. But that being said, I still really love the ones where it's kind of me thinking, geez, what would be a cool story? And getting with folks myself. So a good example there is my story about Zamboni. So the ice resurfacing machine, which anyone from our part of the world is very familiar with. A friend of mine on LinkedIn posted something about the history of the founder of Zamboni. And I looked at that and thought, well, that would be really cool. And I actually commented on LinkedIn, geez, I had to write about these folks. There was a PR guy in LA who I've worked with on other stories, commented and said, if you're really interested, I can help you out. And we touched base on email. He says, I don't rep them, but I think you would do phenomenal work telling their story. So if you really want to get a hold of them, I can put you in touch with the family. And so
you did.
He did. And I mean, they had me talk to people all over the world. I don't know how many employees of Zamboni company I talked to, but yeah, that will always be one of my favorite stories because they're just such fantastic people. And they've got this product that, if you don't know the history, you should read my article because it literally changed, the game of hockey. It changed the whole ice sports world. And there's just this enormous savings of labor and difficulty and just made life ever so much easier for so many people. And here they are still doing what they do years later, going into electrification, keeping up with the modern world, but it's still Zamboni.
I do have to say though, and I'm a hockey guy and played for a lot of years and still go to games, but you got to be able to smell some of that propane when you go in the arena, right? From the Zamboni.
Right.
That's an interesting story because in a past life of mine, one of our offices in Florida, the office manager, her maiden name was Zamboni.
Yep.
And when I first met her, she's like, "Where are you from?" And I said, "I'm from northern Minnesota." And she goes, "Well, you've obviously heard of a Zamboni." And I said, yes, they're pretty much on just about every street corner, right? Because we have a lot of hockey arenas and ice rinks.
Yep.
And she said, "Well, that is I think it was her great grandpa."
Wow, very cool.
That founded Zamboni. So there's a fun one. So after nearly 1 million views, 3 years, 200 articles for Forbes, Jim starts a podcast.
Yeah. more than a podcast. It's a YouTube show and podcast. So I do video and audio.
He does.
As you know.
He does, because I was
because you were on
I was
it.
lucky enough to be a guest on it. And we just do the audio part because people don't want to look at me too much here. And so you can stick with that part. And then they on that one episode, they can block part of the screen out. But you do this podcast and this YouTube, Manufacturing Talks on Air with Jim Vanosky. Tell us all about that, how you got that started, why you got that started, and where it's going.
Yeah. So a friend of mine suggested I look at it just as another, means of sharing all these cool stories that I get to come across in the manufacturing world. And as I got just kind of casually digging into it after he suggested it, I learned pretty quickly there's really not much out there at all for manufacturing in the podcast world. And obviously the podcast world has just gone gangbusters, and there's endless podcasts about everything. Not to say there aren't some really great ones out there. And I swear I find a new one every day. So it wasn't just me coming with the idea to fill the gap, but I thought, you know what? Even with the ones I can find, there's none that focuses just on what I do with my Forbes work, which is just telling the stories that I think are super cool and digging into, what is this business about? How did it come about? Who did the hard work and got it going? And then, where is it today and where's it headed? And that's what I do. I just really focus on the same stuff and talk to people like you who are out there in the trenches, making it happen in the manufacturing world.
So who are some of the companies that you have had on there so far on your podcast and YouTube?
So, the first one, the guy I think is just the quintessential example of what can happen magically in the manufacturing world, a guy named Titan Gilroy, who, he grew up homeless. He was, kind of on a bad path himself, spent some time in jail. And at one point, kind of at the same time, discovered CNC machining, which we talked about earlier, computerized machining, and God. And those two things together set him on a path, number one, to establish his own company. And after a few difficult ups and downs, made it successful. He's down in Flower Mountain, Texas now with a big, huge CNC machine shop. He wound up doing a YouTube he did a reality show for a while of his own, all about CNC machining. He established a CNC machining academy where you can get almost free training to be a CNC programmer, machinist. And so he's out there helping, young folks go into the trades, into a lucrative career, continues to provide jobs with his company, and does the most phenomenal machining YouTube videos now. You should go out and check out his videos.
I wrote it down.
Yeah, Titan Gilroy was a phenomenal guest. He was my first one, but I had Bob Jackward on at Stormy Cromer, talked about his story. My next one is a guy named Dean Wegner, West Point grad, former Army chopper pilot, and then realized, there's this wreck of an industry of American apparel that we ought to really be focusing on. So Authentically American came about, and he's out there bringing apparel business back to our shores.
Folks, today we have Jim Vanosky, a Forbes contributor who has almost 1 million page views in 3 years and 200 articles for Forbes, podcast and YouTube. And it's all about industry and manufacturing. And so, Jim, we're going to move into this segment that we call the packed questions. So we've talked all about you and your life getting to where you are now and working in industry and manufacturing and getting into being a writer with Forbes and a podcaster and world renowned. Now we're going to get some packed questions personal questions. We're going personal.
Okay, fair enough.
If you could have dinner with anyone in history, who would it be?
That's a good question. I think Henry Ford I would love to hear straight from the guy's own mouth how he made the whole the mass production of automobiles back when automobiles were just coming around, and brought that to Americans as something, the average Joe could own. Automated production back when it was just automating the movement of the thing so workers could do their bit and have it move along and not have to manually move cars around. Yeah, so the assembly line, learn all about it straight from Henry Ford.
That would be pretty cool if you could do a podcast on Henry Ford.
Yeah, I want him on my show.
Exactly. I think you'd have a lot of listeners. Favorite movie of all time?
A Bridge Too Far, World War II movie.
Why?
So I'm also a huge World War II buff, and that was one of the earliest movies I saw. It was made back in the 1960s. It's based on an actual history book by a guy named Cornelius Ryan. And I've read everything Cornelius Ryan wrote since I watched that movie. And it's interestingly about a failed operation, one the Allies lost, called Market Garden, Operation Market Garden in Holland, where the British General Montgomery thought he could drive his way into the northern part of Germany in the summer of 1944 and bring the war to an early end. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. And we wound up kind of back at the start after some pretty serious losses. But, it's really interesting because you can always watch the triumphant stories, but to watch one where, we gave it our best effort and still came up short, even though we're the Allies and we know in the end we won. It's just, I think, a really good educational lesson.
Awesome. Bucket list activity that you have not been able to do yet?
Grand Western trip with my 2 teenage sons. So as I mentioned, I was from Ironwood, but my mom actually grew up in the high desert in Southern Oregon. So we would be out there every other summer when I was growing up. And I've seen all the Western states. So we'd make a point of visiting all the national parks and things. I mentioned my dad was in the U.S. Forest Service, so big outdoorsman. And so I've seen all that personally. They haven't. And I want to do that. And actually thinking about it for not next summer, but the one after, before my older son goes off to college.
Time is ticking.
Right. Well, we'll get it. We'll get it definitely scheduled.
Yeah, exactly. And your favorite meal, Jim?
Well, I'm from Ironwood, Michigan, and I'm actually having it tonight, and that would be pasties.
Oh,
We have to describe that, right? Meat and potato pies, basically.
And you know what? I just had those in deer camp about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, perfect.
And we actually heated them over a water bath on the wood stove before we went out for the afternoon sit,
yep.
so that they wouldn't burn.
Yep.
Pasties for dinner. Boy, they're filling. If you don't know what a pasty is, I'm sorry, folks, you're just going to have to look it up, Google up what a pasty is. And you haven't had any Midwest food till you've had a pasty.
Right.
Oh, you know what? I'm thinking of that now. Son of a God.
You're off to the pasty shop after we're done here.
Exactly. Folks, today we've had Jim Vinosky, and not only is he a contributor to Forbes magazine and for 3 years written 200 articles, over 1 million page views, but he's been in manufacturing and industry for 30 years and is just a wealth of knowledge, has started a podcast about, the name of it is Manufacturing Talks. Jim, where can people find you on that?
Yep, on YouTube. Just search for Manufacturing Talks, you'll find it. And then we're on most of the popular podcast outlets. Just look us up and connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to send you directly our YouTube link and RSS feeds, or watch for that next episode. I'll be posting it there next Tuesday morning.
Perfect. Folks, this has been Jim Vinosky. This is the Leader of the Pack podcast. And until next time, unplug from the indoors and recharge in the outdoors. Hey, everybody, this is Tom Siga from Duluth Pack, and this is the Duluth Pack podcast, Leader of the Pack. And today we have a special guest, Hannah Stonehouse Hudson. And I'm going to read you a little bit of a bio on Hannah because it's pretty darn impressive. Hannah Stonehouse Hudson is a motivational speaker, coach, and writer focused on grief, resilience, and transforming people's pain into purpose. As a widow, cancer survivor, and chronic illness warrior, she strives to help individuals realize that they are not alone and that they are stronger than they know. Hannah, welcome.
Thank you so much. I am so happy to be here.
Oh my gosh, that's very impressive, and I cannot wait to get into some of this. And wow, some pretty darn emotional stuff. So let's dive right in, Hannah, and let's just learn all about you on where you grew up and where you went to school and all that great stuff.
Awesome. Well, I am a radio rat, we called it. So I was born in Illinois, which I don't, admit to most people. But I have lived all over the United States, and I lived in France for a while. My dad ran radio stations, and that's pretty much where I get my gift of gab. Ran radio stations. We did commercials as kids because they always needed little kid voices. So that was me. Moved all the time. Loved it, actually. Really enjoyed it because I love meeting people of all different cultures. And what was crazy was we moved all the time, and my gift from my parents was a 1978 Canon AE1, which I still have. And I would introduce myself to new places with this camera, which came in really, really handy later in life. But I didn't live in Wisconsin until 1996. My parents followed me to college at UW-Madison from Washington, D.C.
Usually don't you stay close to your parents, or this is the opposite? They followed
Right?
you.
Right. Well, and, from moving all the time, it was always, the four of us. And so we would just, followed each other around. And this time we really followed each other around. And it was funny because I met a bunch of kids there, and they're like, oh, my parents are so sad I left. I'm like, mine aren't. They moved. They followed me.
Yeah, they followed me here.
Right.
I can't get rid of them.
Right. They're here. My mom actually, like 3 years into it, got into a bunch of classes with me. We took classes together. So yes, it's very strange.
It's all in the family.
Exactly. We had a lot of fun. My parents are very fun. So I went to UW-Madison. I actually studied, it's basically Soviet studies and Russian. I quit Russian because I speak French and English fluently, and French was one of my first languages. And this TA, this would make me so nervous. Her name was Larissa, and I would speak Russian with a French accent, and I was always happy and smiling, and she couldn't stand me. So the more nervous I got, the worse my French accent got when I was trying to speak Russian. So I actually changed it to Central Russian, East European, and Central Asian studies. And the reason I did that was my grandfather worked for the State Department as a Soviet specialist. And so I had grown up learning all of this. And so that's how I have a degree in basically Soviet studies, which is really, pertinent occasionally.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yes.
Especially in the Midwest. You're in farm country.
Exactly. So yeah, they followed me to UW. I spoke Russian a little bit, and yeah, it's a little crazy.
So part of this is that you're a grief and a marketing coach and a huge dog lover. So hey,
Yes.
come on. I mean, I always say, Hannah, that if we could be as humans half as loyal as dogs, we wouldn't have a lot of problems in this world.
Oh, no, we wouldn't at all. Dogs, unconditional love. We talk about unconditional love, but it really, truly is unconditional love. And so I grew up with dogs my whole life. It was never a question of, whether we were going to have a dog or not. It was like, how many are we going to have? And, there were usually 3 around, and we move all the time. And the house always had to have a dog room with a dog couch. Like the dogs would be with us, but it was my life has always been all about the dogs. Always, always, always. I got it from my parents. My grandma raised Irish Wolfhounds. My mom was constantly rescuing dogs, started a shelter. I mean, we were just always around them. So
I love dog people. So, so share with us, you have a focus on grief and loss,
yes.
and you're becoming, and becoming, not you becoming, but and becoming a voice for those that are struggling.
Yes.
So tell us about that. How did you, from what your education was, how did you migrate to that?
Oh, yes. So I had my degree. I went up to Bayfield, Wisconsin on Lake Superior. And for some reason, I knew I was going to meet someone there. And everybody kept joking about this guy, Jimmy the cop. So I literally would speed through this town of 300 trying to get pulled over. This is 2004. God, it's 2004. So I would speed through town looking for Officer Friendly, as my mother would call him later, Jimmy the cop. And I never saw him. So the night before I was supposed to go back home to my parents in Madison, which is about 6 hours south, this guy walks up to me. And I knew I was going to marry him right away. Still remember what he was wearing. And within about 5 seconds, probably, we started talking about fishing. And he goes, "You like to fish?" And his eyes just got huge. And I said, "Well, yeah, I love to fish for fly fish for muskie at that time." So
That wasn't even a thing yet, was it?
Fly fishing?
Fly fishing for muskies.
Yes, it was. But isn't that crazy? So yes, I'll get into more of that in a moment. So I just knew I was going to marry him. And a month later, I say that's when we really got married, because I dropped everything basically the next day that I met him, dropped everything, moved up permanently to Bayfield, got a job as an insurance agent because I needed a job. And I bought him a boat a month later, and he called me the sponsor. And he cried. This was not like a used boat. This was a brand new smoker craft with and at that point, I knew nothing about fishing other than fly fishing. I knew nothing about boats, nothing, whatever. So I end up in northern Wisconsin in Bayfield and Red Cliff. And buy this gentleman a boat, my husband. He starts his guide service and I help him run it. I'm an insurance agent at the time. And we were both building our businesses on social media. And it came to a point where we both decided we were going to leave our jobs. So I left to be a full-time photographer, insurance agent. He retired as a police officer to be a full-time fishing guide.
So this is Jimmy the cop.
This is Jimmy the cop.
Okay, I was just wanted to make sure I kept up here.
Yes, this is Jimmy the cop. So Jimmy the cop, also known as Jimmy the fish now, because he's no longer a cop. And there's that scene in Super Troopers, some people may remember, where the guy is fishing and he's got in the front seat of the car, of the squad car, he has a mannequin. That was pretty much my husband as a cop. He would be reading fishing magazines and pretending to run radar. We'll just put it that way. So he was hilarious.
No, that's why you never got caught.
Well, right. Well, I did joke at the wedding that I married him for his schedule because I could know when people were on duty. And at that time in the county, no one would be on duty from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. or 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. So I would drive 80 miles an hour. I didn't care. So that sounds horrible, but it's the truth. I've never lied about that. So, so he and I both had very successful businesses, photography and fishing. He was doing really, really well. He was on TV shows. He was, living his dream. He was raised by his grandfather on the reservation in Red Cliff, and his dream was to be a fishing guide, to be on TV, to be that guy who inspired others to, make a living in Lake Superior, in the place that we love more than anything.
Sure.
It was a part of his soul. So he was living his dream. And I had jokingly said to him in the summer of 2012 that I wanted to take photos of dogs for the rest of my life, because dogs were the reason why I loved photography. I did weddings, but I wanted to take photos of dogs. And he laughed at me and he said, something really weird would have to happen for you to be able to take photos of dogs, because we live in a town of 300 people. That's not going to happen. So about 2 months later, I took a photo of my friend John with his dog Shep in Lake Superior. Some people may remember that. God, it's almost been 10 years. And that went crazy viral.
Right.
Huffington Post called it the most viral photo of all time at that time. It was on the front of like every major newspaper in the world. My best friend is walking by. She had just had a baby. They live in London, and she's walking by, and there's the paper, newspaper bins where you can pick up the paper. And there she's walking by, and there's my photo on the front page of the London Times. So it was everywhere. So our life blew up because it was so famous. John didn't have internet, so people were coming to our house looking for him and looking for me. They're driving like 8, 10, 12 hours, calling constantly. It was crazy. And people were walking into our house without knocking. And this is this poor guy who has, retired as a police officer. He's out guiding and his wife's at home, and there's strangers just walking into his house with his wife and his dogs. So it was a little weird. And, I was taking photos of dogs. I was flying all over the place, and we didn't really see each other a whole lot. And in January, it was beyond my wildest dreams in terms of like really cool things that were going on and being able to take photos. But we were really having conversations about how we really needed to, spend more time together, stop looking at our phones, stop working, be very present. And I came back for a week-long shoot for Boss Snowplow. I was their photographer at the time. And we went out to dinner that Friday night, and we had a conversation about, we should really do some more things together. You've been gone for a while. And we went to bed. I got up 5:30 in the morning on January 26th, 2013. And he kissed me goodbye, and I can still feel him kissing me goodbye. And he went to go take some clients out on Lake Superior to guide them, because that's what they were doing. They were looking for lake trout. So he went out. I was sitting at my computer typing away, like trying to keep up with this, with going viral, because it was still very much going on. And my phone starts blowing up. It's numbers that I don't know. About 10:30 in the morning. Keeps ringing. I'm like, okay, whatever. Keeps ringing. I finally go to try and pick it up, and there's a bang, bang, bang on the front door. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I open it, and it is Aaron, who is our downstairs neighbor, but also the police officer who has replaced Jim on the police force. This is the guy who is the new cop. And I saw his face, and he said, Hannah, Jim's gone through. It doesn't look good. And I'm like, in my head, literally in my head, and I know lots of other widows have gone through this, or people who've dealt with loss. I'm like, oh my God, like outside my body. So what had happened was he was driving a snowmobile to a new spot, and his snowmobile went through. And he spent about 45 minutes in the water. They couldn't get him out. His snowmobile is apparently possibly still in Lake Superior. I'm not sure. The whole thing is a bit of a blur to me. But his friends were with him trying to get him out. And then the Madeline Island wind sled came and rescued him. And one of the most heartbreaking things about this is the guys who came to rescue him were the guys who were working with him on rescues when he was a police officer. These are all his friends. These are his friends. And separate from this, I really anyone who volunteers in a small community with fire, EMS, any of that, that's what happens. These are your friends that you are rescuing, that you are. And so I'm standing there. Aaron is telling me, and one of me is going, Aaron, I'm so sorry you have to tell me this. And the other one of me is crying, going, oh my God, where am I going? The reason I was apologizing was because Jim would come home. He'd have to have told someone something, and he would be distraught. That's one of the reasons he stopped being a police officer is, you get to the point where you have to make a choice with where you want your life to go. And your mental health is very important. And that's one of the reasons we decided that he should be a fishing guide. So they take me to the ER and I walk in, and the craziest thing, they hand me his soaking wet wallet. This is in Ashland. They drive me to Ashland. And the people who are working on him, who were the ambulance drivers, are like his friends, teacher of his from grade school, like all these people who know him very well, who are like, you need to come in and identify him because we can't tell that it's him. Like, what are you talking about? Well, he had very dark hair, but he was Danish and Native American. That's what he was. And he had this beard. I walk in and they're working on him and, doing chest compressions, trying to get resuscitate him still, which obviously that was not going to happen, but they're trying very hard. They have to. And his hair was bright red. His hair went from brunette to bright red. No one knows why, but that was why no one could identify him. So they're like, you need to go identify him because these are people who know him. So I don't know if it was, and this happens to lots of people going through trauma, things don't totally click. So that happened. Then he was taken by helicopter to Duluth because it was a Great Lakes, it was federally navigable body of water. So he had to be pronounced, unfortunately, in Duluth at that hospital. So they did fly him there. And I got a phone call from a very kind doctor who said, Mrs. Hudson, he's gone. And I said, thank you, because I remember being in the room begging them to stop working on him. Please stop, please stop, please stop. Because that was, I didn't want them to work on him. And I also knew he would not have wanted that. So that was something that I was very thankful that they called me. So I get to the hospital and I walk in. The nurse is crying. He is like, I'm so sorry. I tried to save him. And I watched all his ice safety videos. I can't believe it's him. My phone is blowing up because news reporters are asking if Jim and I know who went through, because we're friends with them. So I get it. I'm from the news. I'm not blaming them at all. You reach out and ask your friends, and these were my friends.
Right.
Yeah. So that was going on, and I walk in and there are like 50 people in the waiting room, all of his relatives. And I had no idea, like I was in shock mode. So everybody had heard about it online, and his family was coming. Sometimes people like relatives that I didn't remember, didn't remember. So it was extremely overwhelming for me because of the amount of activity around it. And so, yeah, go ahead.
Is this what got you to move into focusing on the being a coach for grief and loss?
Yes, that's exactly what got me into it. So when the John and Shep photo went viral, I'm a very analytical person. So I started studying how groups behave online. When Jim died, that also went viral in a very different way, but it followed the same steps. And so I was taking notes. And so what I did is initially I was a crisis communications consultant for various organizations on how to deal with the internet when something bad happens, because I know the things that happen. I know the things that keep going. So I turned it into that. I turn everything I do, I take lessons I've learned that can help other people because I'm a chatty person. I want people to know they're not alone. But we feel, even though we have the internet, sometimes we feel even more alone. And I saw that happening a lot with any of the viral situations that I had been a part of, any of the things that I had done consulting with, universities, police departments, hospice organizations, everybody who deals with chaos on the internet, tragic incidents on the internet. So I built it into that. And then I started doing some writing, and then I started doing some more inspirational type speaking. And I took some time off from the pandemic. Thank God I did, because so I'm still I was still kind of talking about the grief and resilience thing last summer in 2020, but everybody was a little out of it last year and this year. And last fall, it was like the universe gave me a break, because I was diagnosed with breast cancer in November of 2020. And as I went through it, what was really interesting is from an objective point of view, the interactions I had with people and the internal work that was happening here was exactly the same as when the John and Chef photo went viral, when my husband died, when I went through a miscarriage, when I went through prior, like when I helped other people go handle the internet when bad things happen. So there's various steps involved. And I added on to my knowledge of it. And I decided while I have this time, because I had a lot of downtime while I was recovering. I am now cancer-free, which is fantastic.
Oh, congratulations. That is awesome.
Thank you. I have 5 years of post-cancer treatment, but hey, it's better than the alternative.
Absolutely.
Right. But I learned these things and I said, you know what? How can I help people who think they're stuck, but only think they're stuck because they're paying attention to what the other people are telling them around them? People who are stuck, people who want to build a business out of their story. Like they know that they can connect with people and change their lives, like I have with some of my things that I've done. How can I help other people do that and realize their potential? Because none of us are alone. None of us are the only ones who have gone through anything. There's always someone else. It might be a little bit different of a story, but being able to connect with people and know that we're not alone is really important. So I can help people either get through that or help them build a business around it. And there's two different things there.
So that's the grief part of it, whether it's that personal grief with loss like you had, or going through something severe like cancer, but then also you're saying this story, and that's where the marketing part comes.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've kind of, the marketing thing comes later if people want me to do it. But my focus really, 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 really is on, the parts of grief that people don't necessarily talk about. There's all those resources out there for the initial start of it. What to do right away when someone dies, what to do like for another person when someone dies or gets cancer or anything like that. What they don't talk about is the second year, third year, all of that down the road, where you want to find meaning in what you do. You want to find meaning in the tragedy you went through. You want to help other people, and this is sometimes together, you look at yourself and say, am I normal? Am I the only one doing this? Am I the only one who still cries? Am I the one? It's 12 years later. Why am I still crying about my husband or my child or my mother or any of those things? And of course it's normal. And I want people to know that, but also be able to get resources, whether it's me, a therapist, any of these things, to be able to be their best person.
So Hannah, a question for you, because you're a very extroverted person. You're a very bubbly person. You've gone through a hell of a lot. How do you keep yourself in such a positive mindset when you're not only dealing with your own grief and utilizing that, your knowledge of that, but then utilizing that to help your clients? How do you stay in that positive mindset?
From a really like technical part, it's a lot about journaling, writing things out, knowing it's not about, if I'm interacting with someone or I'm on stage, the reaction I get is not always about me. It's not usually about me. It's about whatever they're going through. But also not always being positive, acknowledging it sucks sometimes. Grief sucks. It's exhausting. It's physically exhausting. A lot of the chronic illness things I have come from PTSD, from grief, from those areas that manifest themselves or turn into physical symptoms. And just, sitting with that person, not always trying to fix it, but also empowering them to fix it themselves. My biggest joy is seeing the light bulb go off in someone who suddenly figured out, oh my God, I can do this. I'm not alone, or I can change someone's life. Those are those light bulb moments, and I chase those. That's why I like public speaking, because a lot of the time you see a multitude of them. So
right.
Yeah.
So what are your biggest challenges that you go through when you're a grief and resilience coach? I mean, the challenges must be overwhelming.
It's not so much overwhelming as it is finding people who are going through grief, who are wanting to bring out their resilience, because everybody is resilient. No person is not strong. No person is not resilient. Everyone is. But finding those people that realize that people like me exist, that's huge, because a lot of the time you get stuck in your own head or avoid social media or any of those things. So finding those people can be difficult. But other than that, since I am so chatty, and I call it practical resilience. Like, we can all do this. This is not complicated. There's no superwoman. You can do it. And there are others like us. So that would be the most difficult part of it. The parts that other people find difficult, I find easy. Getting on stage, getting people to talk about things. Like, I don't have a fear of it. It's just fun for me.
So Hannah, you talk about social media, and I'm a little perplexed with that. For coming from an old guy who has no social media, I see it as I see it as a lot of noise. But I look at it, and you're talking about grief, and you talk about marketing. I get the marketing end of social media. I understand that. It took years for me to do so in having some companies. But from the standpoint of grief and social media, how can that be helpful? I mean, a person like me who doesn't have it would think that could be more harmful than helpful.
Right. And that's a huge part of it. One of the talks I give, one of the seminars I give, is on how to have good boundaries on social media. Because if there is a tragedy, some people who, like myself, I did this. A lot of this is from my own knowledge. We go to social media to zone out, but because you're the person that people are either talking about or trying to help, it can be overwhelming. So like GoFundMe's, that kind of thing, the things that people want to make a difference in. So the way to deal with it is, in the midst of it, have somebody else look at your social media for you if you want. But the good things that come from it are like grief groups. My ladies from my grief groups got me through a whole lot of shit. Excuse me.
That's okay.
They got me through so much. When I had cancer, breast cancer, my breast cancer group was my go-to. If things are admin correctly, especially groups, they can be the most powerful source for certain people to heal in a good way. Now, you've got to be the right kind of group. Make sure manage misinformation, which is a different topic, that kind of thing.
Right.
Right. But it can be a very, very powerful force for good, whether it's sharing symptoms, sharing empathy. There is empathy on social media. They aren't two separate things, I promise. But they're your way of finding your people sometimes. I talk about in my TEDx I did about the John and Shep photo. You can do one of two things. You can either focus on the positive or you can focus on the negative interactions. If you focus on the negative interactions, you'll get in a fight. That's why I've removed myself from some things recently, because I don't have time for that. If you focus on the positive, it grows exponentially. You find your people, you find your groups that can be helpful. You find the algorithm will start feeding you more positive things. So it is, though we don't control the algorithm, we do to a point, because if we start interacting on positive, you will actually get more positive posts and interactions.
So you talk about social media, but what are some of the other resources that you would recommend to individuals to take advantage of when they're going through grief?
Oh, yes. Hospice. Even if you don't have you're not losing someone in a long-term situation, someone like me who lost my husband very suddenly, hospice has grief groups, both online and in person, regardless of who it is. It doesn't matter or what caused the actual death. Let's see, any of the, if it's like breast cancer or cancer, that kind of site, rely on your nurse navigators at your cancer clinic. They will find you information that is not WebMD. One of the things that happens is we go into this vortex of over information when we're figuring out our diagnoses. That can be the worst possible thing you do. Whether it's your nurse navigator, social worker, it doesn't matter. Don't go down the rabbit hole. Have them send you the stuff that is true. So I tell people that, don't. The other thing to look at are, I tell people it's okay to look at old photos. It's okay to write. Some of the resources can be online. It can be at the library. It can be hospice. But the resources are also inside of us, whether it's writing out what happened, whether it's writing a letter to your loved one, whether it's creating a special memorial for them or tradition. I'm actually going to school to be an end of life doula, which is a person who helps people help their person or pet transition to the other side. And so that a lot of that is, writing down what you would expect, creating traditions, making sure all your paperwork is put together. But if you have something happen and you haven't had that happen, haven't been able to do that, ask someone to help you, but don't judge yourself for not having it together. Okay. I was not nice to myself. After my husband passed away, I didn't know where certain things were because we didn't discuss it. We were in our mid-30s. We didn't discuss it. And I really got on myself for that. And that's very normal. But that doesn't help when you're also grieving. So be kind to yourself. Be kind to yourself years from now. Reach out. And if you are helping someone who is grieving, reach out in a few months. That's one of the things that I see happen most is people in the initial part of it are like, how can I help you? How can I help you? How can I help you? And then 6 months down the line, when people's brains are actually starting to open up, that's another thing I want people to know. People who are in the midst of grief sometimes don't feel it till 6 months or a year later. So approaching them later on, I have a couple of people who I put dates in my phone so an alarm will go off so I can check in with them and see truly how they're doing and what I can do for them, like bring them food, write something for it. It doesn't matter, but that's a big thing I tell people to do.
So Hannah, how do you transition, if you will? I don't think you ever transition out of grief. Maybe you do. Maybe I'm just not understanding it. And we all go through grief. I think there's not a person around that doesn't. But you talk about grief, and then you talk as a separate subject, resilience. How do you transition, or how do the two interact with one another? Because obviously I would assume that we're going for that resilience, because the grief's never going to leave us. How do we get to the resilience of?
You are always resilient. That's what I tell people. Their grief and resilience go together. One of the things that a resilient person does is forgives themselves for feeling. And you don't even need to forgive yourself, but a resilient person will feel the feelings. Whether it's at the beginning, whether it's in 6 months when your brain really can't handle it, resilient people don't stuff it down. The reason, and to answer your other question, grief never goes away, it just changes. Grief is very much a relationship between you and the deceased, you and the job that you lost, you and the relationship that ended. Grief can be for anything. I'm not just talking about cancer or losing a child or losing a spouse or a parent. Grief can be all of these things, and affirming to yourself that you are okay grieving this is really important. And that's where resiliency comes in. And that's where you have it inside you. You're just exhausted at the beginning. People get to themselves, they're like, I don't know why I'm not strong. I don't know why I'm not strong. I'm like, because you're exhausted. You're absolutely exhausted. So if people are doers and they're at the beginning of their grief journey and they want to read something, I tell them to read The Chemistry of Joy. And this is a resource that you could have. The Chemistry of Joy is amazing because it talks about the medical language around how your brain actually works and what supplements you need to actually, have these synapses work, because you're tired, your brain is using these chemicals. So for me, my doctor wanted me on B12 supplement and fish oil because that's how I was reacting to the situation. I wouldn't have had any sort of brain power to actually read this book because I was not a doer when this happened. There was too much other stuff. But if people are doers and that's how they're coping with grief, read this book. If you are together with someone who's dealing with grief, take a look at that book too. Don't tell them to read it though. You may just lay it out and see if they pick it up.
And you're talking about grief and resilience. And the thought I had was a transition from one to the other. And maybe it's not a transition. Maybe it's just that we're stronger and we have that resilience. We just don't feel we have that resilience.
Right. And that's why I talk about people are stronger than they know. Of course, you're not feeling resilient right now. Your life has been turned upside down. Your dreams, like you're not only grieving the person or the thing, you're grieving the stuff down the road, the dreams you had, the plans you had, your finances, all of it. You're grieving all of it. So of course you don't feel strong. You are, but don't feel like you have to be. The less strong you make yourself be, or less judgmental you are of yourself, the farther along you'll get in your grief process and the quicker you will, because you're allowing your body's going to feel that, your body's going to deal with that no matter what, it's going to, whether it physically manifests itself 4 or 5 years down the road, or you just deal with it here, that is part of that solution to figuring out, am I strong? Am I resilient? Yes, you're both of those things. Just be with yourself and acknowledge that things are going to keep going. I actually wrote an essay called The Onion of Grief that I tell people about. And it's, so at the beginning, an onion If you look at it, if you tear it very gently, the little thin layer will come off. If you try to yank it, it'll just get brittle and you'll have to start over again. So that's like the beginning of grief. So as you keep peeling it, and slowly peeling it, the skin gets thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker and more resilient. So grief can be like an onion. You just have to be very gentle at the beginning. Don't push it too far, or else you'll just have to start over. And as you keep going, you will get to yourself stronger and stronger and stronger. But you have to deal with the first part first.
Oh, that's very, very good advice. So
Yeah.
can you tell us your experience with TED Talks?
Well, I did a TEDx talk in 2015 about empathy in social media, the power of virtual communities. And that was when you and I talked about earlier, you see the negative, you'll only see negative. You see the positive, you'll only see positive. And at the beginning of John and Shep going viral, I only saw the negative because I was just getting screamed at for keeping a dog alive too long. I was keeping this dog alive for my own benefit. I was taking advantage of John, like all these horrible things. And so I had to mentally change that. And when I did, very good things happened. My business grew. I met a bunch of cool people, and it kept going. So then right after my husband died, I ended up paying attention to the negative too for a very short period of time. And people are, excuse my language, assholes about death on the internet. They can be. He deserved to be there. He deserved to die, blah, blah, blah. Like all these.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh God. So yeah. So I initially got sucked into that. It was like, oh my God, which is one of the reasons I help organizations and people deal with the internet when something bad happens, because I know those people are out there. And I see them on their, on the news comments, and it makes me nuts. So I switched the positive, and positivity came out of it, as much as it could with what was going on.
So your TED Talk was about that transition, or what was the TED Talk about?
It was about social media and empathy. So it was about how we need to remember, look at the person on the other side as a real person when you're commenting. If you wouldn't say it to their face, don't say it.
Hallelujah.
Right? Like the normal conversation things, like just because there's a computer in front of you doesn't mean you can say that. And I got a lot of screenshots from news articles of people just saying the cruelest things.
Oh, it's crazy. When you're in business and you get it from all types of things, we have a statement that no good deed goes unpunished. And on social media, when people are hiding behind their computer screens, most of these things they would never say to our face, and wouldn't say over the telephone, but specifically to our faces. And what we find is generally they have about 5 to 10% of the story, but 100% of the answers. And they have these platforms to just spout off negative things about others or companies or things people are doing with just a fraction of the information, but all the answers. And then they come across as they are the expert.
Right. They come across as they are the expert. And I tell people whatever they're saying, they're projecting onto you something else that's going on in their life. So you literally have to see a brick wall in front of them and have a copy paste response for everything. Because if it's like you said, it's something that's not warranted, they don't have all the information, then you're not going to win, because they're going to keep going, probably in mom's basement somewhere.
So let's talk a little bit more about the marketing aspect of this and how some of the trends in 2021 into 2022 will look in what you're doing in the marketing end.
It's really interesting to me because we've had so many businesses that have been built because of the pandemic. We have people who are, making things out of their home. They're creating coaching businesses, consultancies, all of these things. So Though people talk about Facebook going away, not really. It's like the big three. I call it the traditional of non-traditional marketing, because everybody's going to be on there because of the data. Now, the data is going to be a little skewed because there are certain segments of the population that are leaving Facebook and social media, but you still need to have a presence there, because even though people talk about not wanting to be there, they're still there. They still keep getting drawn in. Reels are huge. Really off the ads that are going to be served for the least cost per click are going to be organic, non-ad looking storytelling content. They're going to be the ones that, and this used to drive me nuts, but the things that get served to the most people on social media by businesses are things that don't look aesthetically as perfect as the marketing department would like. So, everything that's going to be served for not for pay has got to look like it came from a cell phone. It's got to look, and sometimes it has to come from a cell phone. So from an initial organic reach, I'm an organic reach geek and expert, and I love it. But so many people want things to look beautiful that they'll post it and they'll just be heartbroken because nobody will like it. And they're like, they take it personally. You cannot take it personally. What's happening is the algorithm, regardless of the platform, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, any of those, you have to be really careful, because it's not that people don't like it. It's like no one saw it. So don't take it personally. You need to start feeding things that don't look perfect. Photos, images need to have 75% or more be an identifiable either person, product, animal, something that the algorithm, the AI can read. I tell people social media is based on artificial intelligence, which is based on human intelligence. Humans act weird and like certain things. So the algorithm is going to act weird and like certain things, and it's not going to be rational because humans aren't rational. So if you go in it with that mindset, is way less frustrating.
So Hannah, where can people find you to learn more about your business and more about your story and journey?
If they go to hshcommunications.com, they'll find...
Say that one more time.
hshcommunications.com.
Okay.
And that'll lead them to many different places, or they can go to timegracespace.com.
I'm writing this down as we're going.
So it's hshcommunications.com or timegracespace.com. Or they can just find me on the internet at just say Hannah Stonehouse Hudson, and you'll find me somewhere.
Perfect.
Yes.
So Hannah, now we're going to completely change subjects here.
Yes.
This is called the Packed Question segment. What's your favorite movie?
Twister.
Guilty pleasure.
Oh, Deadliest Catch.
Ah, I like that one too. Well, you talk about all this fishing in your ice fishing places, and the place that you've traveled a lot, but the one place that you just need to go that you haven't been there yet.
Thailand.
Why?
Thailand, because it's like the nicest people in the islands. I want to go in the islands really, really, really badly. I want to see the commercial fishermen there. I love seeing how small communities like Bayfield deal with tourism, fishing, all of these things. It's gorgeous there. The people are friendly. My aunt and uncle spent a ton of time there. And just, I want to go see these islands, and I want to talk to the people who live there and make their living there and fish and all of it. It's just cool to me.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Money.
There you go. That dirty thing called money. So, folks, today's special guest, and we have learned so much, is Hannah Stonehouse Hudson. And she is a grief and marketing coach And I got to throw in there, huge dog lover,
Yes.
because I read on your Facebook literally this morning about Bill Murray's little caption that says, "I'm suspicious of people who don't like dogs, but I trust a dog when it doesn't like a person." I love that. Comes from another dog lover. So, folks, until next time, unplug from the indoors and recharge in the outdoors.